What's up, guys? It's Dudes After Dark. We have Shoddy here kind of at the moment, and Curtis.
What's going on, everybody? Yeah, hopefully this holds up. Shoddy is running the stream. We have some technical issues just getting launched here, so kind of blessed to have made it this far, and hopefully everything stays together here, and we're able to get through a full night of racing with everybody.
Yeah, let's hope so. So we're at Charlestown tonight. This fifth race is coming up. It's only 4.5 furlong sprint. But you said, who did you have on top?
Yeah, this is a tough race. So this is probably one that if I was just sitting at home right now, I would take this opportunity to continue my handicapping and would probably skip it altogether. I ended up on the favorite, Duncan, Idaho. So I think there's going to be opportunities for prices tonight. I just don't think we're getting one here.
Good to hear. I did not look at this race, but I did look at the next race all the way through the Charlestown Classic. So I'm excited. Hopefully we have a good night and make some money.
Yeah, absolutely. Charlestown's been, I guess, maybe not good to us, right? We've been close to some big scores, so maybe tonight's the night. But at the very least, it's been entertaining. So stick around. Get 3 hours of free entertainment, do a little drinking on a Friday night. Way worse ways to spend a Friday night. And I think this is the last Friday night without college football for the rest of the year. So, maybe get some dual sports going here, some football action as well, too, in the near future in the show.
Yes, absolutely. I'm very excited. I am a little bit more of an NFL fan, but I do love college football as well. From Oklahoma, so OU and Oklahoma State are the two. I'm not going to say which side I'm on. There's some disturbances there. But NFL, I've been a Chiefs fan, really excited for their season. I think the receiver corps is going to be a lot better this year, and so they should be even more dangerous.
Yeah, it's really hard to get past the Chiefs. I was looking at futures on them the other day. I think they're 6-1 when I was seeing them to win the Super Bowl, and if that team is better than they were last year, 6-1 might be a gift, barring they stay healthy. So Patrick Mahomes, just absolutely amazing, goes out there, did it with Rashee Rice and a bunch of other cast-offs. I guess he had Travis Kelce as well, too. But, to actually have Xavier Worthy come into the fold here this year, I think the Chiefs have a big shot, but we shall see.
Yeah. I think it's a big upgrade, but I am afraid of the Houston Texans this year. I think they are just a second version of the Chiefs right now. C.J. Stroud finally got rolling at the end of last year. They brought in Joe Mixon, so they have a real running back now. And then they brought in Stephon Diggs as well. I mean, Nico Collins and Tank Dell were doing great when they were healthy. So it looks like a pretty dangerous team.
Yeah, as an Indianapolis Colts fan, I'm not super stoked about having to play the Texans week 1. So picking up where we left off last season, the Texans get Tank Dell back, went out, added Stephon Diggs, like you said, added some weapons. The Colts did absolutely nothing to their secondary, and our GM has said that it's going to get better because they had some young guys. So we're banking on some improvement there. And then Anthony Richardson has not looked great outside of running scripted RPOs. So we'll see. My enthusiasm for NFL season may go away pretty quickly. We'll see. There's definitely a version of week 1 where C.J. Stroud lights the Colts up for about 500 yards. And
yes.
Yeah, so
there's a chance, but I think Colts are good.
the rest of
Anthony Richardson, I mean, if maybe he's just putting on a show at the moment.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, it's one of those things. They have a 56% college passer at quarterback who hasn't really played much football. A guy that I really thought struggled at times in the SEC and hasn't looked much better outside of running the ball in the NFL. So the only real weakness for the Colts, like I said, is the secondary and the quarterback, which, hey, it's not like the NFL's basically evolved into a glorified 7-on-7 league where it's heavily dependent on the passing game and quarterbacks. So I'm sure they'll have no problems at all. But we'll ultimately see how that plays out. Like I said, it's probably – I'm expecting it to be a rough year, and that's coming off of a year where they almost went to the playoffs with Gardner Minshew. So, on one hand, we could get Anthony Richardson. Maybe it works out well. On the other hand, there's probably a scenario where I have to watch 14 games of Joe Flacco, and that might be
that might not be a bad thing. He stepped into Cleveland last year and did all right.
Yeah. So before he started for Cleveland last year, I heard this today. In the 17 starts leading up to his stint in Cleveland last year, he had gone 3-14 in those starts. So, and then he also fell apart in the playoffs to the Texans. So
that's right.
Yeah.
Well.
Yeah.
So you said college football. You're really excited for that. Who's your favorite? What are you looking at?
Yeah, so we get the college football season kicking off tomorrow, actually. So 12 o'clock noon Eastern time, you get Georgia Tech versus Florida State Florida State versus Georgia Tech, but it's in Ireland. So you get one of those weird kickoff games. These games have been very tough to predict over the years, right? I mean, if you remember a couple years ago, Northwestern played Nebraska. Northwestern had about 500 yards and scored 40 points, beat Nebraska. I don't think Northwestern scored a touchdown again the rest of the season after that game. So sometimes these are weird. I usually lean with the dog, so you take Georgia Tech and the points tomorrow. I think they're about 10.5. I think they're at 10 at some books now. That's who I would lean with if you're going to bet some college football tomorrow. Let me dig into New Mexico. We'll post in the dudes Discord. Montana State, an FCS school, a good one, but an FCS school nonetheless, laying 10.5 to New Mexico. So that's an interesting line. We'll take a look there and see. My team, though, college team, is Ole Miss. So the Rebels offense should be stacked. Lane Kiffin should have the boys ready to roll. They beefed up the offensive line, went and got 2 of Washington's offensive line starters from last year, added some guys on the defensive line. Walter Nolan, who might be the best defensive lineman in all college football, comes over from A&M. So they should be stacked this year. Should be fun. Should be some fireworks. Next Saturday, they play Furman at 7 o'clock on the SEC network. So if you want to see an FCS team like they ran off the field, check it out. Check it out.
I might have to.
Yeah, there'll be points. So, all right. So Johnny's talking take SMU minus 27 tomorrow. I've seen that's a pretty popular pick. SMU, kind of a dark horse in the ACC. So if you're a team from Dallas, now you play in the Atlantic Coastal Conference. That's how modern college football works. But the SMU team might be
land of the free.
Yeah.
You just play wherever you want.
Yeah, I would say they've got teams from San Francisco and Berkeley in there too, right? So they got 2 of the Bay Area teams also in the Atlantic Coast Conference. So.
Well, they're finally loading up in race 5, it looks like, at Charlestown. Shoddy is not here to be ahead of us or actually on time with it. Are they loaded up on your screen as well?
Yeah, I'm logging into our to the old Twin Spires account here, which runs it in real time. I was at least on Shoddy's time when I was logging into the website. So let me get in here real quick as it's loading.
They have taken off the 2. Jefferson native is going to go to the lead, it looks like. The 1 will be next up to the inside. It is hard to see on my screen. The 6 is in between horses. The 8 up on the outside, 3 wide. Really moved in.
Looks like the 6 got the one right at the wire. So Penguin Power over Pork Chop.
That was only 4.5 furlongs. That's crazy.
Yeah, good race there.
And now we got to wait half an hour for the next one.
Yeah, there we go. Let's go ahead. We can Ron here in the chat saying he hit the try. So
awesome.
That's not going to be a bad try because you got the 5 who I like a little bit. And again, I didn't play; it was completely out of it. So you get 9-1 over 5-2 over 23-1. So that's a nice little start to the night for Ron.
Yeah. Nice hit. Huge.
There you go. See, I sit out the race because I like the favorite, and you get a long shot come in. But that's the way it works. So sometimes just knowing when to pass is part of the talent of this game, or part of the luck anyway. Not suckered into a bad bet. So let's go ahead here. We want to talk about the 6th race, or we want to talk about some of tomorrow's races real quick here.
Either one, man. Up to you.
Go ahead. Yeah, Johnny talking about said there will be some Dornick money. There will be some Dornick money. That at this point it's all house money. So you got to keep going back to the well when he's running well. Just keep going with it. Just bet them till they lose, right? Bet them till they lose.
Yes. That's usually a good motto, until they lose. But
yeah, we're not jumping off the Dornick train, so we'll keep riding that one, like I said, till the wheels fall off. So
I'm glad that you were on it early.
Yeah, probably a little too early, man. I don't know. I was on it as a 2-year-old, so I had it when he won the Rimson. So that was nice. And then when he came back at Gulfstream and won, none of my bets really paid that well, but I hit it that day too. He cost me some money at Keeneland, but Shoddy won, and we were all there. I was with Aaron and Shoddy and Jared and the racing dudes. So that was a fun day. So at least when you lose and you have some fun, that makes it a little bit easier.
I'm still torn. I haven't quite made up my mind yet. I definitely think Dornick is one of the best horses of the crop now, for sure. I think he's proven himself. Jared says it over and over. They've said it over and over. The Haskell Travers combo is just so difficult to do, and it worries me because I think Dornick is still very good. He'll probably finish, if he doesn't win, 2nd or 3rd. So who else has a performance who can beat him? I think Torpedo Anna might have the trip, but I don't trust Fierceness. So I'm going to junk Fierceness, and I'm going to try to play with Torpedo Anna and Sierra Leone. But I might put Dornick over the top and then put those two underneath. Just kind of see. I'm going to see what the odds are maybe. I haven't made up my mind.
Yeah, it becomes a real interesting race from the standpoint of there's 8 horses, 4 that I think are pretty good, and then 4 that I think are on an uphill battle. And so out of the 4 that I think are pretty good, you've got Dornick, who always comes with it. I know there's been some discussion in the Discord, and Aaron and Jared kind of talked about it the other day on the channel as well. With Dornick, that you worry about a horse that's ran as many races in a row as he has and put together, some of the hard-fought wins that he has and does it in a way that's on the lead. But I will say this, coming into that Gulfstream race, so they only worked Dornick 5 times before his first race as a 3-year-old, and really the goal early on was to just get to the Kentucky Derby. So they didn't push him very hard. So I don't think he was really as geared up for the Gulfstream race. He went and won. It was a slow time. But all that to say, they've kind of raced him into shape. And so I think, as we've seen here, I think he may be a little fresher than a typical horse that's kind of in this scenario, and it's kind of been designed for a long campaign. So honestly, we've seen that he loves Saratoga. So he's ran well over the surface multiple times now. So I think he's going to bring it tomorrow. I think he'll bring his A game. It's one of those, nobody's been able to pass him. Like when you let him on the lead, when he gets the lead.
Right.
And that's kind of my thing on him too, going into the Belmont was, hey, at Keeneland that day, they tried to rate him, tried to bring him in from out behind horses. And all day we were at the track, I was telling Aaron, I was like, hey, they just got to put him on the lead the way that track was playing. Or I was like, you just got to send him to the lead. They don't. He gets the horse beat. Gargan admitted as much. That, hey, change of tactics didn't work. Switch gears, goes to the Kentucky Derby, gets cut off by Mystic Dan coming out of the gate. Mystic Dan gets the trip. Dornick gets that trip. Does he win the Kentucky Derby? It's tough to say, but it comes out. And then Belmont, he gets the trip he wants. They go to the lead. He actually got a nice trip, probably a similar one to what he'll get tomorrow if Batten Down goes to the lead, where he kind of just gets to sit off of it. Takes the lead, turning for home, gets on the rail, and Mind Frame couldn't get past them. So, I'm excited to see what happens. Then you kind of go to the others, though. Fierceness is probably just as likely to get last as he is to win. You have no idea what Fierceness is going to show up. And if he doesn't get past Dornick easy, right, does he just kind of fold and quit? And the stretch, Sierra Leone, again, another horse that just always kind of runs well, but he hasn't been able to get past Dornick in the races where Dornick's had the lead. So Sierra Leone's just kind of a second or third place horse. I know people are going to line up to bet him tomorrow, whatever his odds will be, and that's fine. I understand it, but ultimately he's not for me. And then you get Torpedo Anna, who I think is probably the second most likely winner. It's just a matter of how does she look when she's not facing a group of horses that she's just way better than.
Mm-hmm. The trifecta came back to $125.
Wow. I feel like Pratt's going to be making this face tomorrow. I don't think Sierra Leone has a chance. I'll try to be here, but it's probably going to immediately kick me out again. But if that happens, I'll just be in the background listening, and yeah.
Cool.
This is the first time I've been able to hear you guys this entire time. Did you guys get a pick in for that first race for Charlestown?
We decided that was a pass race, and then we talked about football. And then the horse that we liked finished off the board, but Ron hit a trifecta. So it all worked out.
Yeah.
Who won? I had it coming in 5-4-1.
It was 6-1-2.
Oh Jesus! That was definitely okay.
Yeah, 9-1 over 5-2 over 23-1.
Okay.
That's crazy.
Yeah. But if you guys are liking the talk about the Travers Stakes, make sure you check out the Racing Dudes Betting Bible. You can get it for free if you have any Racing Dudes subscription, may that be Premium Picks, Rockets, or Somobombs. It has all the Racing Dudes top 4 picks for every race, as well as Aaron and Jared's kind of like betting guide in there. It's new and improved. They've done a lot of additions with it. And I'm just going to go ahead and back out again because I'm lagging again. So it's just good. Yeah.
Well, glad that we can get Shawty in here as much as we can. I don't love Sierra Leone. I think Flavian Pratt maybe will make a smarter decision, maybe stay a little closer, to have a better run. That's kind of what I was hoping. I think it's just because he's more consistent. That's why I have him up there, while Fierceness is consistently non-consistent. So that's why I think Sierra Leone will probably play second and third. And I'm really between Torpedo Anna and Dornick, which is, I feel like everybody.
So I think the thing with Anna, she's got to break better than she did last time. And I've heard other people talk about that as well too. But I don't think she's going to be on the lead, right? I think it'll be Batten Down. Maybe Batten Down gets out there quick. I would be interested to see how quickly Unmatched Wisdom gets out of the gate. But I don't know that he's fast enough to get the lead here. Coming out of the restricted stakes race with the Curlin, I didn't think that race was great. I'm not going to be playing the horse on any of my tickets, at least not as a win bet. Maybe throw him underneath on something if I like the way it looks in the post parade, but complete fade for me. So, like I said, Corporate Power, kind of the same thing. Made really good money on that horse on Preakness weekend, but I think he's a little overmatched here coming into this race this week. So, like I said, you've got 4 really, really logical horses. If it'd be interesting because if Fierceness, Sierra Leone, and Dornick, and Torpedo Anna, for that matter, all bring their A game, should be a real interesting finish if everybody comes at the top. But if not, that's horse racing, right? So then there's also a scenario where maybe Torpedo Anna misses the break. Fierceness doesn't bring it. Sierra Leone gives himself too much work to do. That probably leaves Dornick winning it. And
that doesn't sound unlikely.
No, that's the thing. So you get some of this hype build up for these races, and then how many times?
Well, it's easy to imagine the perfect race, but the logical or the reality race is, it's not perfect for everyone.
Right. Now, I do think, though, talking about, I know we started with the main event here, the Travers. Now, that undercard's loaded, though. So I think if you play some multi-race wagers into the Travers, especially if you're not somebody that wants to play a huge ticket, right? You just want to put a little bet in, little parlay, and you like one horse in the Travers. Whoever you like, you're going to get paid on, I think. So, it's worth it. It's worth it tomorrow to put some of those multi-race wagers in, and maybe you just, spread the undercard a little bit and single into who you like in the Travers. And, hey, at the very least, you're alive to a big score. You have a few beers and drink and see how the race goes. So,
yes, absolutely. I couldn't have said it any better.
Yeah. Chris Potts here in the chat brings up a good point. So we had a filly win the King's Plate today, the rescheduled King's Plate. So maybe
I did not watch that. I'll have to watch the replay of that one.
That was a pretty good race. It's a pretty good race. So she got him right at the wire. So it's worth watching. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see what happens. So Ron even here saying he doesn't think that the pace is going to be as fast as it was even in the personal insight today. So if it's a slow pace, they're not catching Dornick. You're gonna have to give him the three-year-old champion trophy in the winner's circle as well as the Travers trophy. But
yes. So let's talk about the 6th race at Charlestown.
Let's talk about what's about to go on, right?
The Frank Gals Memorial Stakes, 75K per, 7 furlongs, 3-year-olds and upward on the dirt, and it is fast. We are 14 minutes to post right now. Who did you go on top?
So I thought this was an interesting race. We're in the West Virginia State bred competition here, which means every horse probably has either Cork or Juba in the name based off of West Virginia sires. How it normally works. And this is also just an absolutely wild race to handicap because I like going through and trying to find some horse for courses. We have the 6th Social Chick coming in here who's 27 for 31 in the money lifetime at Charlestown.
Yep.
We have another horse, the 4 Maudib. I think that's right. That horse is 20 for 24 in the money Charlestown lifetime. And then you have the 3 Juba's Hat Trick, who is 12 out of 13 in the money lifetime at Charlestown. So a lot of horses that have ran really, really well here over the course. Let's go ahead. I'm going to take a long shot here. Just to, we were going to be on a favorite last time, decided, hey, let's skip the race. Let's get a long shot here. I like horses that are going to be on the lead a little bit. I think that the 3 Juba's Hat Trick might be a little forward here. So going to take a chance. Take a chance with Juba's Hat Trick here.
All righty. I went with the first 2 you had mentioned before. Same trainer. The 4 and the 6 is who I went with. Maud did. And then Social Chick, like you said, very consistent runners. I think that they like the distance. They like the surface. I think No Change kind of likes it when it's a little bit more muddy, and so that's why I thought he wasn't the morning line favorite that he should have been. I'm going to go with the 4 on top here. I like the post draw. I think he gets a good position and has the first move over the 6 social chick.
Yeah, I thought so. It's interesting. So the 8, it looks like it's taking money right now. It was 3-1 morning line. Is one of those horses that got claimed 2 races back and then came back last out and won with a huge margin and improved the buyer's figure 30 points. So you always got to be a little weary of those horses sometimes. Watch out for it. Could play spoiler here, but state bred competition. I learned this growing up going to Horseshoe Indy. Whenever there's a state bred race and that state is like Indiana or West Virginia or some of these, some of these that have breeding programs that aren't as renowned as like a New York or Kentucky, obviously, you can get some long shots pretty easily in these state bred races. So the bull ring that is Charlestown as well too. I usually try and like to bet horses that I think will be forwardly placed, and I think the 3 kind of fits here.
All right. Well, if anyone is interested in playing any of those, they could even do a 3 exacta box, 3, 4, 6, box it up, and 11-1, 5-1, and 5-2. I think that will pay something.
Yeah, it should be. That comes in. Probably not going to pay as well as Ron's trifecta did, but
right.
It should be pretty decent at the very least. So.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see here. So we got about 10 minutes to post on that one. Do you have any of the long shots, any of the super long shots, the 2 or the 7, anything there that you'd see that lead you to play them here?
No. When I looked through this, I didn't love the class of all these horses here. I thought the 4 and the 6 kind of stood out to me because of their just history at the distance as well. So I didn't love this race altogether, but I ended up with those 2 and decided I would just choke it down to those 2 usually.
Yeah, completely understand that. What did you think? What did you think about the 8 at all? Are you interested in the horse coming off the claim with a huge performance? And you think it bounces back to earth here?
I am a little bit worried, but I am a little bit more worried about that outside post draw. Yeah. I think he's going to really have to hurry him up there, and at that, I don't think he really saves any ground. So he definitely could be the horse, but I don't think he's going to get the job done today.
Yeah. All right. So let's go. So we're going no favorites. 3, 4, 6 is the play here. Whether that's you want to do an exacta try, that's kind of the play here. See what happens. See if we can get some shots that come in. I mean, I think just by getting the 1 and the 8 off the board should be a pretty nice payday if we can get it through here. So kind of move on, because sometimes what I'll do here. So like we like 3 long shots, right? We got the 3, 4, 6. Which the 6 isn't really a long shot here, kind of, based on odds, but a little shorter than the other 2, but 3, 4, 5-1. Take a look here and see, did you like anything? Did you have a strong opinion on the next race, race 7?
Race 7. I put the 9 on top. The outside post position, again, I did not like at all, but I thought the pace of the race was going to be a little bit better for him. Great Spirit to the outside at 5-1. I like the price as well. The resume looks like he can get the job done with the distance and sit the right, or she can get the job done right distance. I have the 1, so all the way to the inside and second with Hessica. Kind of the same thing. I don't know if it's quite the class, but with that rail draw, saving ground, I think Lopez should get the trip he wants. And then I put the 4, Moonlit Shadow, in third. The 2, Barber's Point, like I get that he's a favorite, but I don't know if he's really up to this challenge. It might not be his race today. He definitely looks like a winner, but I wanted to play against him. So I went 9-1-4.
Yeah, I was going to say it really kind of sets the the ability, or sometimes I'll look at these, for a daily double, right? See if there's like one horse I really like in the next one. There wasn't really much when I looked at it here that I would be interested in daily doubling into. I do think with these races, it's kind of a good lesson here as well. Sometimes on these cards, you just got to pass, right? You just gotta wait. Got to wait until you get the races that you want. And I think race 8 is really kind of where it kicks off from a quality standpoint. Obviously, that is the end of the stakes races, state bred stakes races after race 7. So race 8 comes along, you're going to get an opportunity to bet some horses that you might know a little more if you follow horse racing, at least on Saturdays. So yeah, we'll kind of revisit that. I wanted to go ahead. We can shift gears here and go back to the Saratoga undercard. So we can kind of work our way down if you want to. Race 12 tomorrow. The Allen Jerkins might be the best race on the card, actually, from a betting standpoint. Have you looked at it all much yet?
I haven't yet. Okay. I looked at today's. Tonight I plan on looking at the rest of the card for the Travers, but I will pull it up.
All right. Yeah, let's go ahead and take a look. Because I was going to say, that's one that really you've got, and I think it was one that I was talking to people in Discord, or sorry, race 12. Yeah, race 12, I believe that's what I said. But also there's just some wild money lines here, morning lines. I don't think you're going to get the 8-1 on World Record or the 8-1 on Speakeasy that they have listed here based on what they've gone off. I also think domestic product might end up a little bit higher than 9-2, like they have them listed. So I think this is a really tough race. So Bookham Dano was actually supposed to run at Charlestown tonight. He was cross-entered. There had been talk earlier in the week they were going to go at Charlestown, and then ultimately decided to run at Saratoga tomorrow. He barely just held on last time he ran and won in a $110,000 stake race at Monmouth. So if he's the favorite, possibly a chance he's vulnerable there. He's also going 7 furlong as opposed to 6. So out in the extra panel, wouldn't be the first time that we have seen a heavy favorite come up to the Saratoga, especially on Travers Day, and have a rough day of it.
Now, what I am so surprised about is that the Springboard Mile winner, Otto the Conqueror, is here for Steve Asmussen. Why? How far? I'm looking at this race right now. 7 furlongs. I mean, he's that's his distance, but I don't think he's the quality of horses that are here. I mean, Prince of Monaco, Bookham Dano, those horses, obviously, their odds tell you why they're the top 2 favorites. I do like Bookham Dano just from first glance at looking at this. Timberlake 5-1, cutting back in distance. That's not a bad look, I'd say, but I'm gonna have to dive in a little bit more to have a set pick on top.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough race. I think you get Speakeasy coming in, who I thought looked really good in his return race last out at Saratoga. Came in World Record, who looked really good at Saratoga at 6.5, cruising on the lead in the Amsterdam last out. So you also have Prince of Monaco, the Bob Baffert horses coming in, who just lost the Woody Stevens by half a length to Bookham Dano at Saratoga last out. So you've got a lot of horses that have ran really well, and you've got horses that have ran well at Saratoga. Timberlake's an interesting one because I never thought he was a distance horse. I really thought they were doing him a disservice trying to get him to go long. Now he cuts back to 7 furlongs, probably where he's more comfortable, probably what's right for him. I wouldn't be surprised he is a one-turn horse. 7 furlongs a mile kind of seems right. He does have Florent Giroux riding him tomorrow, which is a jockey I have done well fading. So sorry to the Florent Giroux fans out there. I don't like Timberlake tomorrow. If he's 4 or 5-1, I really have no interest. I would need a huge price on him to even consider it. All that said, I'd probably talk him and Brad Cox into the winner's circle, but we'll see. I really think one of the more interesting horses in this race, if you want a price here tomorrow, is the 9 Reynolds Channel. Bill Mott horse, 30-1, comes in. He's going to have Joel Rosario riding him. As a horse that actually debuted at 7 furlongs last August at Saratoga. So he comes in 7 furlong, lost in a race that had deterministic in it. So didn't run well that day. Takes a long break, doesn't come back again until March. Again, 1 turn mile at Gulfstream. Gets third that day. Didn't run bad, but did well. Then they stretched him out. So his next 3 races were all 2 turns, had a close loss to Unlimited Potential. Then a couple of races that weren't much to write about, but they cut him back to 7 furlongs. So he is now on a 6th race in the form cycle, but did the maiden race last time. They cut him back to 7 furlongs here at Saratoga, is what they had him doing on debut. He actually goes out, wins the race, and beat a horse, Hurricane Nelson, who he had lost to on debut last year. So I think it's one of these things where you get a horse cutting back. They tried to make him a 2-turn horse, tried to see if he had it. He wasn't. Cuts back to 7 furlong, looks pretty good. Am worried about the Lasix coming off tomorrow for him. But again, if you're looking for a horse at a huge price, to kind of fill out the trifectas or superfectas, I think Reynolds Channel fits the bill there.
All right, I think that's a pretty good field. I mean, field of 11 going in here.
Yeah.
We could definitely get an upset. I think this will be a great race to watch tomorrow, especially going into the Travers. Also a great quality race. You're going to get prices for sure. Someone's getting paid.
Yeah, this is going to be a race where you can go through here and you could make a case for all 11 horses in the race, and I'll listen to you on every single one you had. Even a little knee there, the 11. That's the horse that barely lost to Bookham Dano last time. So comes in, he's sitting 10-1 on the morning line. Don't think you're going to get that. Jefferson Street also didn't run terrible. Just got beat by a world record that day, who won very easily. Just got on the front end and rocked. So there are some definitely some prices here. Like I said, if you like someone, you're going to get paid on it. So we've got Richard in the chat here said, I think Jefferson Street could be dangerous. Absolutely. I mean, Bill Mott Jr. Alvarado on a big price horse on Travers Day. You could do worse. So there's really not a horse in here that I think domestic product at like 9-2. I really don't have interest in. I think he's the one I would let beat me. But anybody else, if you like him, I think you got to play him. I do expect Prince of Monaco to show up with a big race tomorrow. Again, though, he's kind of one of those horses that not sure that he's taken a huge step from 2 to 3. I mean, we've only seen him the one time. So,
yeah, Prince of Monaco, I don't think he's my top pick for sure. He's raced a few times. I mean, he's looked good, like you said, but not quite, I think, my A-list yet. Very competitive field. The 6th race is 0 minutes to post, but they are still galloping at Charlestown.
Yeah, that's not a new development. That does happen from time to time. And like Richard said here, to kind of circle back to the Saratoga race, race 12 does look like it's going to be a hot lead, right? So Bookham Dano has the ability to come off the pace a little bit. Domestic product, also another one of those. The horse that I mentioned, Reynolds Channel, if you're looking at the time form pace figures, going through the race, I believe he has the third best late time figure behind domestic product and domestic product and Timberlake. So again, like I said, you get the horse on the cutback.
And Pedlo is here to join us now.
What's up, y'all?
Pedlo, what's going on, brother?
What's up?
It sounds like you were working on a price for us. Is that right?
We're talking 30-1s in the race before the Travers tomorrow at Saratoga.
Oh my gosh. Hold on. Don't go crazy yet, because I want to see that.
Well, we got the Charlestown race here coming up. I was on the 3 a little bit. He's 9-1 right now.
Dude, I love that. Okay, so what we need to find, everybody, is who's going to give us the biggest pop for that Travers. I love this.
Yeah, so that's what we're saying. The undercard's loaded tomorrow. So I was telling people, I was like, you can just pick a horse you like in the Travers, you single them in a multi-race wager, and then you go deep with some shots in the 3-4 races leading up to it. So at the very least, you're alive to your horse for a big score.
Yeah, all you need is one or two prices. Anything. I mean, you need one big price over 15-1, and then you need one over 4-1, and you're talking you're close to 10K in the pick 5. That's Saratoga.
Yeah,
Mhm.
that's how it is. That's what when I build multi-race wagers, I'm usually just looking for $10 winners. I said, do you give me at least $10 on the tote board when you win? So 5-1 or higher.
Yeah.
You get a combination of those. You usually like the payout at the end.
I love it. I mean, that's how I hit them big last year, and I hit 4 of them. So it was great.
Yeah, Ron talks about the 4 in that race tomorrow at Saratoga. Vetriano, the Brad Cox horse who's been destroying New York State breds. I just kind of made my thoughts pretty clear earlier. Not a huge fan of state bred restricted stake racing. Usually a horse like that that's stepping up. If it was a lower class race, I would be interested in him. Here, where I think it's a bona fide G1. I think it'd take a lot to go right, and I don't think you're going to get a huge number on him. He's 20-1. I think Brad Cox, being the trainer, is going to get you a lower price than that on the horse tomorrow. But we'll see. It's a loaded race.
Yeah, there's definitely a hot speed here. Which was your 30-1? The Reynolds Channel?
Reynolds Channel, yeah.
Okay. Let's see. Huh. Let's see. Did you like Little Knee?
Yeah, I thought we mentioned him. I thought it was interesting. I mean, he gave Book and Dana while he wanted last time. Almost held on.
He might be
there.
up on that pace, though, right? I mean,
yeah, that's what. Yeah, he's Either I worry about him from the 11 there because he could be up on the pace, or he could be out of it by the time the break's over.
Yeah, I could be really big on that Speakeasy horse, man.
Yeah,
I'm probably really on that Speakeasy horse a lot.
I think he's going to come with it too. So I don't think you're getting 8-1 on him though. But we'll see.
Well, Jefferson Street's 12-1.
Yeah, that's what we were talking about too. Like you're going to get paid here.
Yeah,
in this race, and
yeah, you're right. You're right. And the optics really likes the 10 and the 2 closing into that pace. The 11 just might be up front, and I haven't looked deep enough to whether or not he can hang and stay up there. But man, his last race rating is huge.
Yeah, that's him and old Book and Dano kind of threw down there at Monmouth.
So Speakeasy's going to be kind of the wise guy horse.
I don't know. He's really been a horse that I think he's logical. I mean, if you look at it too, his running style. So he came from out of it last time at 6 furlong. Like he came out. It really fits here, the complexion. You get Iron Ortiz and Todd Fletcher.
Don't you like finding a horse who's won around 7 furlongs before on something like this?
Yeah, it's a specialist distance for sure. Another one too that I like using at 7 furlongs is horses that had ran 6.5 and just ran out of room. Because I think like horses that were closing at 6.5 and maybe had like a close second, and then they get that extra panel. Because I don't think the complexion changes too much from 6.5 to 7.
Okay. Or up front, if they were up front on 8 and now they're cutting back.
Yeah, well, that's kind of where we ended up on Reynolds Channel because they debuted him at 7 at Saratoga last year.
And he won at 7.
Yeah, he didn't run well that day. They debuted him. He lost to Deterministic, and then they basically put him to a mile. Sent him. He goes a mile. Then he basically did 3 2-turn races. They cut him back at Saratoga. Has a big win. I don't think even his 2-turn races were terrible. It's just I don't think that's what the horse wants to do. But you cut a horse. I love horses that have a foundation.
Yeah, I'm with you. I might actually have to kick Little Knee, even though I don't want to, just because he's going to go longer for the first time. I think I'm really big on 2, 9, 10.
Yeah, it's like I said, it's going to be. Yeah, I do like the 2 a lot too. So yeah, 2, 9, 10. If you want a party crasher, here we go. We're off at Charlestown. So we've got the 8 ended up on the lead here. Is be impressed by the 5, Juba's Nation, who's now on the lead. So 3 sitting third. Not the 3 sitting fourth. There's a great horse here on the inside. The camera work was a little shoddy at best there. So shout out to Shoddy.
Is that a shoddy quote? Is that where we're at?
Yeah. They were showing the you could see the outside of the cage that the guy's in to start. So that's the angle that we were looking at. So 5 took the lead. Now the 8's taking the lead again back on the corner here, and the 8's pulling away a little bit. 3's kind of battling in here for second, but I don't think anybody's getting to the 8. Let's see. Yeah, no, the 8's got it wrapped up. So
5-2.
Yeah, how about that? That horse just got claimed for $20,000, and then in the first race off the claim, improved the buyer speed, figured 30 points, and then just came back and won for fun there at a stakes race.
Hey, that's how you make money.
That's yeah, that $20,000 was worth it. It was worth it from a claim standpoint. So good for them.
I got 2 good stories. So first of all, I had a friend of mine who was a big horse racing guy, and his deal was, he said, "You know how to make $1 million in horse racing?" I said, "No, how do you do that?" He said, "Start with 10." All right. And then we would be betting horses, and we'd always bet his horse. And so we're all sitting outside on the patio watching his horse come in on the balcony, and it would get like 3rd or 4th or 5th, right? And we'd lose, and we'd be like, "Oh, sorry, your horse didn't win," or something. He'd say, "Hey, how'd you guys do? I just won 1,500, or I just won 2,500, or I just won 30. I just won a check. How'd y'all do?" Like, mother, we all bet on your horse and lost, and all he wanted to do is brag about the little check he just won, getting 3rd, 4th, or 5th. Turd.
Yeah, that's yeah. I guess that they pay out 5 places. So
yeah, God bless his soul.
It's funny how it all works out there sometimes. So let's see.
How'd you guys do? Yeah, we didn't do too well.
Yeah, that's how it usually goes at the horse track. You get some rough days there sometimes. So let's see, we got is Shoddy running point here on the screen.
Trying.
Okay.
We're going to immediately retreat before it lags again. But debut will be right back.
Oh, good. Do we want to talk about race 11 tomorrow with Saratoga? Now we've kind of working our way down here. We talked race 12. We want to talk race 11, the Forgo Stakes.
Yeah.
All right. Good. This is one that again kind of get you 7 furlongs here, but this is for the older males. Again, I think it's a quality betting field. I mean, you go through, look at it. I think Mulligan's going to be the heavy favorite, probably rightfully so. Have you looked at this race much, Beto?
I'm looking at it, and I did look at this race because there was a horse I really liked in it.
All right, who do you really like?
I like the 7. I like Anchor. He's going to be placed in front. I definitely think the 6 wins, but I think 7's my shot there.
All right, I like it. Yeah, I think so. My story with Mulligan is I think when he was running it at Ellis Park in that stakes race, I think I needed him for some big money that day, and he cost me. So I've probably been a little jaded ever since. Yeah. Good news is, after costing me money, he then won. He's won 3 in a row now. So maybe he's turned a little bit of a corner. I will say, coming off, so he actually, his last race at Aqueduct, he beat a horse who's running later tonight, Coastal Mission.
Yes, I am ready to watch that horse.
I was going to say, I think Coastal Mission has a bit of a chance later
Absolutely.
Tonight.
Yes.
So that's one we put that in the notebook, right? The mental notebook. Coastal Mission runs big. Maybe you upgrade to 6 tomorrow. Mulligan. What do you think of Baby Yoda? Baby Yoda gonna pull a big race here.
Of course he is. Baby Yoda's gonna be there. Don't kid yourself.
Yeah,
we all know that.
Baby Yoda at Saratoga. He'll be a bit of a price because he went off short price last time after winning 2 back, and then comes back tomorrow. Should be, like I said, a little bit of a bigger price. I was trying to go through here and find. I think really it's an interesting field because we talk about race 12 being a bona fide G1. Race 11 comes in. You get a lot of horses that are kind of stepping up the stakes class that don't necessarily run there all the time.
We have one. We have one that ran pretty well and passed a horse at this level last out.
And that was
Twisted Ride at 15-1.
Yeah, with Carmouche.
Yep.
Kendrick Carmouche, Michael Moore. Yeah, that's a great one because he comes out of that Nakatomi and Skelly race.
Exactly.
It was a huge price last time too, 34-1. Didn't embarrass himself. Comes in from Parks, so little deeper ground. But they also have him cross-entered at Parks. It looks like here for tomorrow as well too. So not sure yet. I haven't got word of where he's going to run. But
how did you see that was cross-entered that fast?
It was in my daily racing form notes.
Okay, gotcha. Cool.
So yeah. Again, though, that really becomes kind of one. What do you think about Gun Pilot? Are you a big fan of him, or? I don't.
If this was 8 furlongs, then I would probably be more interested in somebody coming off the pace. So to me, I think the 2 and the 7 are going to be on the pace. I don't think that they're going to try to kill each other up top. That's why I'm not really that interested in the 1 or the 5. Closing down.
He's also carrying the most weight. That's something I noticed.
Which one? The 1 Gun Pilot?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I feel like I'm against Asmussen a lot because at Remington you have to be to make money, and so I'm not probably the best. I'm always against Asmussen at Remington. That's the only way to make money. Davey, on the other hand, hits 30-1 shots at Remington on Asmussen, so
it's a jockey play when he chips in and he brings, whether it's Torres or Vasquez, whoever it was that he was bringing in. If you just stuck with the home rider,
that's the one. Yeah,
yep.
If he gets Stuart Elliott, is what you're saying.
Yeah, Stuart Elliott gets the right horses, or he just knows the track and gets the right trip every time.
There you go.
So we get to, I see Johnny mentioned him in the chat here. We haven't talked about him yet, but Cagliostro coming in here for Cherie DeVoe, if you will, Jose Ortiz riding. Again, we were talking about horses that are kind of shortening up.
Yeah.
4th race of the form cycle, first one off the layoff. He actually ran at Remington in the Oklahoma Derby last September. Finished fifth. Probably, I think you can make the case, though, that a mile and an eighth is a little too long for the horse if you look at the performances.
Yep.
Comes back, beats Dreamlike off the layoff at a mile and a 16th, which enter into the chat what you think of Dreamlike. Kind of a controversial horse there, I think, a little polarizing. I don't know that he gets bet like he's really, really good. I don't know that he is. Horse then goes, mile and an eighth in the blame, almost wins, loses to Highland Falls, had the lead coming down the stretch and seeded it. But then they cut the horse back to 1 turn again last race. I think he's had probably the best race that Cagliostro's ever had at 1 turn. Now you cut it back again from 1 turn to 7 furlong. Like I said, I think the foundation should be there. May even get the trip a little bit coming from the outside. Probably has the tactical speed to be either on the lead if it wants to, or near the lead, or kind of in that second flight.
I see him running the same race as Mulligan. That's my problem. And if that's the race that plays out, to me, I'm taking Mulligan. That's all. That's the only reason why. I still like the horse, and then I'm That's my thought.
Yeah, it's. I was trying to look through here and see. So I don't think it's interesting because this is a grade 2 race, and I think there's 1 graded stakes winner in the field.
It's grade 1.
It's grade 1. Yeah, grade 1. And sorry, there's two graded stakes winners in the field.
Is that Gun Pilot and Baby Yoda?
Three graded stakes. Yeah, Gun Pilot, Baby Yoda, and then Mulligan got a grade 2 last out.
You can't just get out of the sound when that happens, just so we're clear. Hey, real quick, though, this race coming up at Charlestown, I have a little bit of a price here.
All right.
I've got Moonlit Shadow a little bit, and I was wondering what y'all thought about that. He's 6-1. What's his price right now?
10-1 now.
It's 10-1. So I don't love that as much. But I was trying to get your thoughts on that, boys.
Yeah,
I did have Moonlit Shadow underneath. I went with the 9 to the outside. I went 9-1-4. But the 4 is definitely interesting. I like them quite a bit. I do still like them underneath. The 10-1 play is great. We'll help juice it up a little bit.
How is this 9 only 3-1? This 9, he won't be 3-1. He's going to be 5-2, 3-2 by the time he goes off. Wow, good call, Davey. You were on top of this before.
Yes.
Tell me you have something coming into it.
Oh wait, whoa! I was on top of which? No.
It was a 6-1 morning one.
Which one are you talking about?
The 9 or 5?
Oh yes, Moonlit Shadow. I was like, I'm so confused now.
No, on your 9 Great Spirit.
The 9 Great Spirit. I thought that the resume fit. I mean, this guy, this distance, the race, I think it shapes up for him. The pace of the race.
Yeah.
Even though he's to the outside, Great Spirit just looks like he's the one who it's going to be hard for him to get a race he can't win.
Yeah.
Was really how it was. So that's why I put him on top. But then I went to the 1, Hessica, a little bit more because of the resume. And then that inside rail, going to save ground, hopefully set a decent trip. And then if he can get him in the clear, then it'll be a good race for her. And 5-1 now from 5-2. I'll take that.
I think you're on one here. I was just hoping you had a pick 3 or something into it.
No, I don't, unfortunately.
Okay. What should we be doing right now? So what's the next race? Can we do a double out of these?
Yeah. So the next race. So this is the last state bred race. So you get some open competition. Actually, the 8th race is a $500,000 race, $500,000 non-graded stakes race. So definitely some opportunity there, and it looks like Mike Smith might be on the favorites. So really some opportunities to make some money if you think Mike Smith is cooked, which
every time you do though, you lose.
Yeah.
Like if you ever think Mike Smith's done, his old ass just beat you.
Well,
I do have the 1 Spirit win on top in the next race with Mike Smith.
Okay. Yeah.
So
yeah, of course. That's an easy single though if you really like it.
Who did I have underneath? Race 8, the 4 and the 3. So I went in the next race underneath. Clearly Unhinged for Asmussen, and then Apple Picker for Brittany Russell. 4-1 and 10-1. So
where do you lean?
Yeah, you could probably play straight into Spirit Win. Looks like a good favorite. Gets the rail. So I would hope Mike Smith can, just outclass this field, win. Are you wanting to do Moonlit Shadow into it?
No, I think the 9 is probably the right horse. I mean, yeah, I'll probably add the 4. I'll probably add the 4, but Curtis, what do you see in the next race? You have a Spirit Win pretty much, or do you have anything else?
So here's where I'm at. So I'm with you guys. This 9's basically a squad ride for us here. I think that's the top pick. So I'm going to single that horse in a daily double. I'm just going the 9, and I'm going to bet it to win here. So singling the 9 in a daily double, betting the 9 to win. Into the next race, I'm going to leave Spirit Wind off. I came here on this live stream to make some money tonight, give out some wild tickets. Let's be alive to a big score if we get the 9 home. I'm going the 2, the 4, in the 6. The 6 is 30-1. Happy Clouds has some early speed. Is a perfect 2 for 2 at Charlestown here. Weird track. If Mike Smith pulls a Mike Smith and blows the brake or something, this horse could end up on the lead in a race that's kind of chock full of closers. Going with the 2, I think the 2 has a little early speed as well too. Kind of fits. Also, Luis Saez comes in to ride the 2. I think those guys just got in for the last race. They had, I think they literally think they helicopter from Saratoga to Charlestown to ride. So you get some guys pulling some daily doubles here themselves.
Oh, way to work it in there.
Yeah, and then you get the 4, clearly unhinged. Kind of fits. I like the name, like it a lot. It's also a horse that has been running some graded stakes races at Saratoga. Actually just lost his Spirit Wind by a length last time at Saratoga. Was a grade 3 winner in the winning colors at Churchill Downs. So
at 6 furlongs.
Yeah, at 6 furlongs. Then we're coming in here. There's a two turn 7 furlong race. So I just thought there was a little back class there. She was also graded stakes place in the La Brea last year at 7 furlong. Ran in the Breeders' Cup Filly Mare Sprint 7 furlong. So actually, even last year in the test, lost by a head to Pretty Mischievous at 7 furlong. So maybe 7 furlongs a little better distance for, and she's been pretty sharp at 6.
Okay, so we know Bookham. And can I ask why we wouldn't go into the next race, the 9? Because I am looking at 12-1, 10-1, 12-1, 20-1, 12-1 on top. All because I'm assuming Bookham Dano was probably the heavy favorite. But that means the public's confused on where to go. They don't have a dead set, favorite. So this kind of tells me we have to go into race 9.
Yeah, I mean, again,
I don't like the 5 either, and that's like the next favorite.
Yeah, so that's gonna pay well, right? If you get in there. You put the 9 in there, Juba with the twist.
Well, I mean, because of Shorty, you have to. Yes.
Yeah, I was going to say I like it. I like him a little bit too. A huge price. Going through here, I thought the 7 was really interesting in that race. Wants and Needs.
Yep, I've got
I have Wants and Needs on there.
Yeah. Okay. Also, I mean, Robertino Diodoro brings in the 6 here.
What's that name?
Mr. Philippe.
Oh, there it is. Philip, just so we're
okay. So Mr. Philip. Yeah, Mr. Philip. Yeah, they got 2 L's in it. You know what? You get the 5 Tapolo in there too, who's got some early speed. That horse cost me some money last time.
Yeah, we're tossing. He's a toss. Get him out of here.
Get it? Yeah.
He did win a 7, but he's coming from the West Coast. Let's throw him out.
Yeah. So the old
score if somebody wants to use him though.
What I was gonna say, yeah. You get the 4 doing the old Saudi Arabia to Charlestown, West Virginia angle. So
Saudi Arabia. Hey, didn't a horse win making that move?
Probably at some point. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I forget it was a big horse too. All right, so we have Mr. Phillip.
7.
We've got the 7 Wants and Needs.
The 9.
Yeah, what's that? Just Juba with a twist.
Yeah.
Okay, where else are we?
Which race is this? Sorry, what number race is that?
This is race 9.
This is race 9.
Okay, so my question would be
4, 9,
the 3
7,
or
10.
the 1. 4, 9, 7, 10.
Those are the 4 I went with in that one.
I like the 4 a lot. I'm going to use 4 too. Unfortunately, it's only 4.5 to 1, but that's fine.
First time Lasix gets Arad Ortiz Jr. aboard.
Oh,
And I think it looks like a steal of hopefully we can get at least 4 to 1. I'm worried that he might take money and even become the favorite. I'm playing against the 5.
why is Catalytic 15 to 1?
I think it's because he's not very good.
Okay.
Even in the races, like I know he's probably raced tougher horses, but he hasn't done very much against those guys.
Well, he got second in the Florida Derby.
Okay, that was it.
Yeah, that's his claim. The 2 biggest accomplishments of that horse's life are getting second in the Florida Derby, and then also Mike Somich liking him at a price in the Kentucky Derby. And those are the 2 accolades.
Okay.
Didn't that horse come in like 19th or something?
Yeah. Yeah.
I would. Well, we all know you throw the Derby out. You got to.
Yeah. But
he also lost by 40.5. So
yeah, he didn't run a step.
it wasn't. Yeah, it wasn't just 19th, right? Yeah, you're right.
Well, I can't talk too much trash because I do have him.
Well, even in the Florida Derby, he was down 13.5 lengths. So, all right. So let's build this pick 3. All right. Where are you going? Build it for us, Curtis.
All right. So let's go.
You're the candy man.
I mean, I'm going to add on to my daily double. So are we singling the 9 here?
Great
I'm going to go 9-4.
Yeah, single in the 9. The 9's even money now. So we I don't know that we're driving prices. Let's see what's in the pools here.
No, we aren't. It's because it's the number 1 horse in the pool. The 9 is big. The 9 is the one.
Yeah, there's 10,000 in the win pool right now, and the 9's taking 4,000 of it.
If you or your wife or your girlfriend or your wife's girlfriend's name is Charlotte, you could add the 6. He's really, from a derivative standpoint, he's the second highest will pay from his morning line.
I honestly wanted to use this horse. Luis Saez gets aboard. I was like, he might just say YOLO, Charlotte.
6-9, nice.
There it is.
Yes.
There we go. So I've got Sophie Doyle on it. So you're telling me that's wrong?
On my Twin Spires app, it says Luis Saez.
Okay, perfect. I was hoping that you were going to correct me there. All right, I'm filling up here. Mr. Phillip in the 9th has me excited.
Yeah, I was going to say Mr. Phillip. So when we get to that 9th race, we like the 4 too, right? So we had the 4 on there.
Yep.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So here's what I got for the pick 3. I left catalytic off, but I've got 9 singled here. Then let's go ahead. We'll put the 1 in there in the next race, just that way my arrogance doesn't get us beat. So 9 over 1, 2, 4, 6. And then we've got some shots in the last leg. So we're 4, 6, 7, 9.
I can work with that.
That is $8 for 50 cents. So I usually play these for $3. So
okay. Can I add some spread for the next race?
Yeah.
Yeah, do that. But if somebody wants to spread, the 3, 7, and 8 in the next race are on my sheet. But just do that on your own.
Now, did you put the 7 and 8 because they're the highest prices, or?
I put the 7 and the 8. Where was race 7? 3. No, it's race 8. The 3, 7, and 8 are the biggest boxes in a closer and a potential breakdown.
Oh, I was looking at the wrong race. I did have the 3 on mine, Apple Picker.
Yeah, Apple Picker. We did talk about that. That's what exactly. Yep. All right, so I'm doing the $3 double. Man, something's going on in my house. Hey, just so you know, at Remington, the 6 at Remington, if anybody's bored, or in Remington, which I do have some friends in Remington. Hopefully they're saying something in the chat. I was going to do this from up there, but, the OU basketball situation of golf tournament was calling my name.
How'd you shoot today?
Our group was more about the camaraderie.
Okay, yeah.
Hedlow, you hit the Buffalo? No, I'm not. I'm in Oklahoma. I wish I was down there. I wish I was in North Carolina, Holden Beach, eating the best wings in town.
Ooh.
Yeah, I always make the joke, I'm terrible at golf, but I'm awesome at going golfing. So that's kind of how I roll. Way better beer drinker than driving.
Nothing wrong with that. I mean, and you know what? When you know it right off the bat, you might as well have fun.
Right? Yeah, enjoy it.
I can tell you, I didn't have much help today. And it didn't change my attitude at all. I had a blast.
We got David. So David in the chat saying he's singling the 4 in race 9, the Ben Tornado. horse that comes in the pulling the old Saudi Derby to Charlestown double here. I don't think that's a terrible play. I think that's kind of the way. I think the 4 will probably be the favorite. So I'm always I guess on a Saturday I'm usually one of those guys that if I don't like the favorite, I'll typically I'm either favorite or the field kind of, right? Like I'll pick 3 or 4 horses I like, or I'm the favorite. So if you like the 4, I think singling the 4 is the way to go there. Personally, for me, I just like I said, I want to be alive to a big score tonight. So Mr. Phillip wants a need to. I think it's a little interesting. I think that horse is well bred, has a smaller barn. Usually, you can get a bigger price on those horses than you should sometimes. So I think he's worth having on the ticket. And then also, it's Charlestown. Surely there's going to be one local horse per course that just pulls a huge upset tonight. I think Juba with a twist fits that description.
Juba with a twist.
So how much does this pick 3 cost that you got up here?
So for 50 cents, it was $8, I believe.
Woo. That is going to pay more than $8.
Yeah, that'll pay more than 8. I put it in. I always play. So one of the best pieces of advice I got was that the pick 3 is designed to be a $3 minimum wager, and then they eventually changed it to 50 cents over time. So I've always just started playing my pick 3s with a minimum $3 denomination, and it's probably now my favorite wager that's out there.
Very smart. I'm gonna have to try that. I've probably been better at like the verticals and the doubles, and then I don't know why I've always kind of skipped over pick 3s. I've been gone to pick 4s and pick 5s, but I probably should play a lot more pick 3s than I do.
So I think too, especially with the way they've done some pick 4s and pick 5s at some tracks recently, or the way that betting's available to you. I think sometimes the pick 3, you can kind of isolate. Like I did a pick 3 today for the King's Plate, just because I can get the best 3 races on the card. You know what I mean? You can get it rolling pretty much throughout the card nowadays. So you can kind of put together, your 3 races that you like. I think, unfortunately, what I was figuring out was with pick 4s and pick 5s, there was just when the sequences would get that long, there'd always be a race that I didn't love, and that race was usually ruining me. So as opposed to trying to spread in it, I would try and do a pick 3, trying to get a pick 3 and moving it around. So like Ron saying here, he remembers when the pick 3 was the best bet of the day. Back when they'd have, one or two a day. Used to also be, that's why it's called the daily double, because you would get one sequence that you could do the double in throughout. But now we have that kind of stuff for every race. But what we need is the ability to have fixed odds and parlaying multiple races across within a single day. So I think that's really going to be a game changer for the sport if and when they can bring it up. Because how awesome would it be if you could, if you had a couple horses you like, even if they just did the major stakes races of the day, that you could go in and parlay. How awesome would it be to parlay a horse at Saratoga into something and like Del Mar tomorrow,
Yeah. Or, a race from Saratoga to Remington.
Right. Yeah. You got a tip on something at Remington.
Best track I've ever been to in Oklahoma. I'm just saying. Woo. On a Thursday.
Yeah. That's what I'm talking about.
At 9 p.m.
Man, racing under the lights is different. I love it.
Especially when all the locusts are out, man. That's a tough one. Tough one. Sometimes the crickets get nuts. Are we off?
No, they're galloping. I'm surprised you two haven't wanted to do a Dudes After Dark Remington edition. I know that's only the second week, but
I was honestly about to do it tonight. I thought that nobody was going to be up there, but it's just hard if there's a group in there.
Mm-hmm.
I thought they were pretty, because we went up last night and we spent a little while there and my head hurt this morning. So I thought there was a chance that it would be fun, but you never know.
We'll find the time. We'll get there.
Hey, nobody knows us, Aaron, and that's why we're having fun, bro. Don't worry about that.
I got this shirt from the Racing Dudes. Follow them.
Yes, I am Dino. I'm on the 6 at Remington. It was 8-1. I can't bet it though. In Oklahoma, you can't bet I can't bet Remington track.
Yeah, from
So
from
if you
home.
are who I think you are, then you can put a $10 win on for me, and I'll Venmo you.
Yeah, blue shirt crew.
Is that Porter Moser? Yeah, dude, tell Porter that. We'll see what he says. Yeah, somebody give Porter Moser $1 million so you can be good at basketball again. Thank you.
You can do what a Colorado football special teams coordinator did and just go to Saudi Arabia and ask if they'll donate any money to your NIL fund.
Hey, what's wrong with that?
Nothing's wrong with it. I don't think he succeeded in it, but hey.
Hey, come on, Ron. Let's roll. Let's do it.
Ron, Davey, and I'm sure Pedlo and I will be at Oklahoma Derby and Springboard Mile.
Yeah,
Day.
and the inaugural Toby Keith Stakes.
Woo.
Yeah. Maybe we can
Aaron
convince the
said
Halterman
that
to come
he
down.
will potentially be at both too.
I said we do it.
Hooray!
Come on. Dino, get in the car from Carolina. Let's roll.
Woo! Road trip.
Road trip. Yeah, road trip for us, what, 10, 15 minutes?
Oh, yeah, it's just on the road for me.
Best thing they ever invented was Uber.
You could walk there from Davey's house.
We might have to.
Maybe. I don't know. There you got to walk through at least one shady neighborhood on the way, I think.
Yeah. No, we're not walking. You're right. We're walking. We are not walking. All right, so we're betting the 9. Let's why would we not throw the 6, the 4, and let's do a try. What is it? Race 7. The 6, the 4. I mean, you gotta add the 1 is probably gonna sneak its way in, unfortunately. And then I like the 3 or the 8 to come in too.
All right, I'm going to say it goes against, so Dan in the chat just mentioned he's on the 2 here, Charlestown. I was going to say I was watching him warm up a bit here on the other browser. Nah, this 2 looks pretty good on the track.
Yeah, he's going to be up front.
Yeah, it's going to be up front. So
how did he do? And he won. Is this Arnaldo?
Good, consistent horse.
Arnaldo again too, yeah.
Hey, this is basically what Davey was talking about at Remington. Is you take the best jockey. What's his price right now? 5 to 2.
Yeah, 5 to 2, 2 to 1. He keeps kind of bouncing between.
No, I can't do that. I mean, you may be right. Well, I mean, I've lost before. Don't kid yourself. I'm okay with that.
I thought you were one of those guys that's never lost a bet, Pedlo.
Yeah.
I thought
Hey, my wife thinks the same thing.
Hey, you just gotta say you always break even, right?
Yeah, right.
I'm pretty sure Floyd Mayweather's one of those guys. He only posts when he wins his sports bets. He's never lost a bet.
Oh yeah, never the losing ones.
Hey, that guy is a beast. He's also never been hit, I think. But that's just a personal opinion. All right, I want the 8. I want the 4, 6, and 8. I'm going to go 9 over 4, 6, 8 over 4, 6, 8, and that's how. And for $1, I'll probably lose $6.
We'll see.
Yep. I do not. What do you say? I do not encourage this type of gambling.
This is not responsible gambling, but it's fun gambling.
No, it's going to win. Watch this shit. All right, let's go.
You know, if you box the 2 and the 9 in this race, it actually doesn't pay that bad.
Yeah,
that's the key. That's why you don't do it. I'm telling you, it's the 9, the 6. The 6 at 12 to 1 is a steal. I don't know how or why. I don't have anything to back it other than the fact that you look at what's that?
It's the art of gambling, he said.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because we're basically saying the 2's not going to stay on top, right?
Yeah.
So if the 2's not going to stay on top, the 9's not the best closer of all time. So he's just going to be coming off because he's from an outside post. The 8s can close from an outside post, probably better than the 9, but the 9 will be ahead of him. So give me the 3. I like the 4 already. I don't know. That one's going to be closer to the front. So give me the 3, 4, and 6. YOLO Charlotte.
Yes, they were a whole race off when we were trying to go live. Because I handicapped for, I think, race 6 to be the first race on, and we saw race 5 take off. So they have been behind probably since race 2.
Who just said Kim English is better than Porter Mosier? What? Who is Kim English? Oh my gosh, I'm gonna get ripped for this. Hold on. I hope it's not a coach I've worked with.
All right, here we go. They're in the
give us
gate,
a call.
in the gate at Charlestown.
I think Pedlo's on all of them.
Yeah, Pedlo's got the field.
I do. I think that somebody comes in from. I like all the prices underneath. 100%.
Oh, the 9.
I'm off the 2.
The 9 went down at the start. Basically went down to its knees. So
9 just ate shit out the gate.
Well, I hope while she was on her knees, she learned something.
Well, the 9's up to like a very wide 5th or 6th here going into the first turn already. So I'm sure that's going to end well.
You know, I think the 9 recovered well. I'm just seeing it. You know, I'm 10 seconds behind you, faster internet folk.
The 2 kind of cruising on the front end here, but the 2 floated up to 9-2. So
the 9 decided to go 4 wide and try to make it back up to the front of the pack, I guess.
Forgot it was a 2-turn race.
Yeah. All right, back to you guys. Where are they at?
So they're going into the final turn here now. The 2's leading the 4. 1's on the inside. The 1 got bet in the gate, so the 1's moving up a little bit on the inside here, and then the 9 is done. So the 9's dropped out of it. Looks like it's gonna be 2-1 here coming down the stretch, and I think the 1's gonna get it. Yep, the 1 and the 2 are battling here. Now the 1's in front. So that's gonna go 1-2, 1-2-4.
No, I almost hit the exacta. The 2 got in the way.
So the 1 took some late money and ran like a good thing.
Yeah, so I had 9-1-4 in order, and I played the exacta box with those and didn't quite get it.
Favorite it is.
Oh my gosh, Hessica, yeah, went down to the the live favorite.
Hey, 11-1, the 4, 3rd place. Unfortunately, the 2 got 2nd.
Yep. 9-5 at the end. Crazy. Oh, that's a 8-5.
Well, now we're going to have to build this pick 3 into race 10. I'm telling you.
On to the next one.
On to the next one. What else are we going to do? That's why we're here. So if we can figure out race 10, Princess Madison's fun. That's a fun name.
That's a horse I had on my watch list that I've won twice on now.
She's gonna sit right off the speed and can close.
Yeah.
So who all do you have in this race, guys?
I like the 5 as a price.
Oh wait, Johnny's saying there's an inquiry.
Well, probably on the start, right?
Well, I don't know. Let's see. I haven't seen the lights to see who the inquiry's on yet.
Ron is in Esterman. Okay. Hey, Aaron, did you see how far that horse went down on her knees? That was impressive. She didn't stay there long. That was good. Esterman's in Wisconsin. So you're going to come all the way to Remington from Wisconsin, Ron.
There's a casino at least.
There
Are
is.
you guys discussing race 10 for Charlestown? Is that what you're talking about right now?
We're going to. Yeah. Do you like one?
I like, I think using the 9 is like a must underneath at a decent price.
I like a great. Yep. I'm in.
Roswell.
All right. Race 10. We're using the 9, 5, 2.
Race 10? Is that what we're doing? Race 10? Sorry.
Yeah.
Race 10. I went 4-6-2, and then I put the 10 as the next up for me.
Yep.
I definitely see why Shardy likes the 9 Roswell. It was kind of give or take between that one and the 10 for me, and I decided I wasn't going to stretch it into a superfecta. But 4-6-2. So Hull and Ice, Irad Ortiz Jr. for Safi Joseph Jr. Out of Coal Front, I loved that horse. Definitely deserved a grade 1 win. Did not get it. 7 starts, 4 wins, and 3 seconds. So is always in the exacta. This horse shows up, one of the highest last speed ratings. His dirt speed is among the fastest starters, and coming off of a win. So I like him tremendously. He's my top pick. Yep, just double checking that.
Which one's Hull and Ice?
Hull and Ice, yes. And shout out to Shoddy. Look at that, Arkansas bred.
Oh my gosh, look at that.
Funny enough, I went with the other Safi Joseph horse, Mystic Lake, as well underneath. I like the resume just as much, and this horse shipping in just looks like he's got the class to be able to compete with this field. 4 wins, 3 seconds, and 1/3, so 8 of 10 in that trifecta, 7 of 10 in the exacta, but not quite as much, only 40% winning. So that's why I was like, you know what, I'll take Hull and Ice over Mystic Lake in this. And then I put Princess Madison in 3rd to get the other Ortiz brother.
The Ortiz brothers make their way to West Virginia. There's not a dry panty in the building.
So does Frankie Dettori. So you can ask him what he thinks of America after being to Charlestown, West Virginia.
Hey, I went to a West Virginia game and I loved it, every bit of that place. I went as an Oklahoma fan. I went into the wrong. There's I think 2 or 3 major bars with the same name, but one of them is strictly West Virginia. It's up on the hill, and you're not supposed to go to it if you're visiting. And I went in there, and I was in the wrong one, and I knew it immediately. And the only thing I could do to get myself out of the shit is I just started saying, "Eat shit pit, eat shit pit." The whole restaurant smokes it. They're just eat shit pit. They're like, "All right, you can wait for your Uber. We won't kill you." I was like, awesome.
I've never talked to anyone who's gone to Morgantown and not had a great time. So
it was awesome. No, everybody should go to Morgantown. It snowed the whole game, and they served beer back then, and no one else did. So it was cool. Eat shit pit. If you're ever in trouble in Morgantown, that's all you got to say. Eat shit pit. You could be wearing probably pit colors, and you could still get away with it as long as you say that.
That's America, man. I love it.
Write that down.
It is. You drive in, you fly in, and all of the you drive in or fly into this place, and it's basically a drill bit down into the ground because that's where they drive all the way down into the coal mines. And so you're flying in and you look down and there's a drill bit into the ground, and those are just roads that they drive their coal trucks in and out of. It's nice. It's really cool. It's like flying into Midland or Odessa, Texas, and seeing a bunch of oil wells with fire tilts on top. So you gotta go.
I'll have to put that on the list. Yeah.
Just make sure you're ready to drink, and probably go to bed after the game. It's probably like LSU and Ohio State. You don't need to be walking around after that shit.
Yeah.
Where did you guys go on top in this race?
So if we're looking at race 8, I was going to try and play against the favorite.
Yep. Well, it is Friday. It's fuck the favorite Friday.
Yeah, that it is. I'm going to go, man, this is a little bit of a tough one here. If you try and get past the favorite, I think the 4 Clearly Unhinged is pretty interesting. So
let's add just Catherine.
Yeah, just Catherine. I'm a little worried that she's going to be too far out of it, but it kind of depends on the break here, I think. So
She's bet pretty good in the pick threes and the doubles.
Is she? So
I mean, for being a 6-1, 10-1 shot. Wait, what race is this? Hold on, sorry. There it is. For being she is literally the second to third favorite in doubles, and she's almost the second favorite in pick threes, and she was 6-1.
So, yeah, all right. The two's getting bet a lot too. The Free Like a Girl that's ridden by Luis Saez here.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I like that horse a little bit. I think you get Corey Lanery off. That might be a jockey upgrade.
Definitely.
I think that horse has a chance here. It's just that last race at Churchill wasn't very good. So maybe you get a bounce back effort, though. You never know.
So what's the track profile here?
Interesting. I went with Spirit Wind on top. I know the favorite. I didn't get the memo for Friday, but I really like the Asmussen horse coming in here. Him and Torres have been trying to really put some things together, and I think they've been successful lately. He's really trying to, I think, move Torres up so that he can be more of his main guy going into this next big season. So I think clearly unhinged. This is the right move for him. A good distance, 7 furlongs, or for her, apologies. And I just think it's a good placement. I put Brittany Russell Apple Picker, like we talked about earlier, in third. Kind of an interesting placement, but I think that she wouldn't send her here for nothing. 24-1 now on starting 10-1 morning line kind of worries me. So we will see.
Okay, I messed up. I just looked up the stats. Of 179 races at Charlestown, only 6% have been outside of the 8 post. Now, how many typical runners do they have? Average field size 7. So maybe that doesn't matter. Damn, I was hoping that was a help.
Well, that still just sounds like the outside horse doesn't get much love. Unfortunately, it sounds like we need it to be from the 7 post.
Well, the stats show it's pretty even. Even on 179 races, it's pretty even all the way through 7. And if there's an average of 7, I think we lost that. Yeah. This week alone, though, of 8 races, 25% of them did come from 4 through 7. But
nice.
I thought we could remove the 8, but now I don't know if I can.
Yeah, so let me take a look here because I like to look at the projected odds. I think that gives a little better, see if there's somebody in here that might take some late money. So the projected odds on Spirit Wind the 1 are 1-2 right now. 9-2 on the 4, 5-1 on the 8, and 5-1 on the 2. So really that second group is all pretty much bet the same. So you know what I mean? Kind of pick your bet out there, you're going to get the same price. And then after that, if you get a couple of those horses to run off the board, everybody else is going to be in the mid-teens or higher based on projected odds. So chance to pay here if you want to leave somebody out on some exotic bets.
Did Mike Smith already win, or is this the first Mike Smith horse?
I think this is the first one.
Okay, so the 10th race has the other Mike Smith horse.
Yeah. So he is in this race. He is riding
Catalytic.
He's riding the 9th too. He's riding Catalytic in the next race, and then he is also on Mystic Lake in the 10th, and he is not on anyone in the Charlestown Classic.
Surprising.
I was gonna say, interesting race where you get Justin Lewis riding a horse in a grade 2, but Mike Smith is not.
What does everybody think in the chat? should we single the one or do we completely get rid of it? I'm with you guys. It's Friday, right? So we're getting rid of it.
Chunk it.
So we're going 2-4 in this leg, Curtis.
Yeah, I like 2-4. I like 2-4. And if you like the 8 a little bit, if you like the 8, I think you got to put it in there. It's probably worth it.
I mean, is somebody really going to close over the 1? Is the 8 going? I do. I want to use the 8. So I'm going to use the 8. I like your 3. I like the 2 and the 4. 2, 3, 4, 8 for me. Which I don't mind spending some money on this because I think we're going to get paid for it. Because the next race we're really pushing the favorite out.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm looking. So they got there. So I was looking. So a 4. I'm trying to looking at the daily double pools because on the 4 they're not. If you like the 4 here going into the next race, they're not terrible right now. These are actually some. So I know we were talking earlier. We said 4 with a 6, 7, 9. Those are all paying like 70, 80, and 50, or 70, 80, and 100 to 1 on the daily doubles right now. You like the 4 into the 6, 7, 9.
Does that say mandatory payout pick 6 at the top?
Let's see. Yeah, it does.
It sounds interesting.
Yeah, so we get Charles in here. Dan has a nice observation there. If you want to beat the 1, then the pick 6 looks attractive. And then if you miss the wedding on the 1, don't go to the funeral here. So
way to go. Was that Somo or who was that again?
That was Charles. Charles in the chat.
I like Charles.
Yeah.
That's Somo's burner. Hey, so I did put a small win bet on the 8 at Del Mar, just so everybody knows. All right.
Del Mar, the 8, 4 to 1.
4 to 1. Umberto Rispoli. Like I said, bet pretty decent in the will pay. So yeah, it's 2, 4, 8, 6 at Charlestown. So if we could just go with that 4, if you guys like it that much.
I did a 4 into the 6, 7, 9 daily double. So.
Okay. 4, 6, 7, 9. Okay. I am gonna go with the pick 3 because I think we could beat my main squeeze. I like the 5 a little bit in that last one, and that is a 15 to 1 shot that Frankie Dettori's on.
So Frankie Dettori coming out to Charlestown. If Frankie wins, I know one person in the Discord that'll be very happy. Our buddy Rodney. Very very big day for him if he gets a Frankie Dettori stakes win here. But
so I got a question. So here, the reality is, if you're trying to bet big, you really just need to just try, like we're doing right now. We're throwing the 1 out of a race, right?
Yep.
If you find a horse that you think you like, which I like this 5 in that 10th race. I'm not saying for sure he's going to win. I like the 9 as well. So I should just bet 5, 9 and go into it, right? I mean, just why waste the extra money? I can try another time tomorrow or later tonight or whatever it is. I mean, why spread 7 deep if you know that the best way you can really make some money is just to finish with that? And sometimes you lose. Like I said, I lose all the time, so that's not a big deal.
Yeah, you can't be afraid of losing if you're betting horses. You also just got to accept you're going to be wrong a lot, right?
Just bet $5. Yeah.
Yeah, and play it. Because, I mean, you go look at it, right? And one of the things, too, you can kind of do it as well, right? You don't have to bet every race. So if you're trying to learn, you can just go in and look at will pays on any given night, right? And kind of just track the sequence.
I do all the time.
Yeah, in some of these tracks, just go in, look at will pays, see, what the ticket structure looked like, how like you said, you learn what horses come in, what you kind of need, like how how upsets happen, right? And just learning like how ticket structure works and trying to
Well, how big payouts happen, right?
Yeah, right. And that's the thing. So that's kind of where we run into it with and this is something that admittedly took me a long time to learn. When we first got into it, it's really hard because you come in like as a sports fan, and most of us learn like through sports first, right? And you kind of come to horse racing.
Yeah.
Usually it's not vice versa, but you come in like great sports teams dominate, right? Like the Kansas City Chiefs pretty much win every week.
Yes, not correct.
So you come in here, and people like to get attached to horses and think they're these great horses. The horses are inconsistent, and great horses lose. Like those are the two easiest things I could teach somebody to make you a better horse gambler. So you really, if you want to win money consistently, you pretty much have to be against the favorite, way more often than not. And then you also got to know, when's the time to back the favorite and to kind of stay off of it, right? And there are very few times I think that backing a huge favorite really makes sense. And that's kind of what we run into. Also, one thing you can't do is just look at a race and say there's definitely just one outcome to this race. Like,
they've talked about that for the Derby. They've said, hey, don't just go into that week with your horse. But it's so now you like a 15 to 1 shot, right, Curtis?
Yeah.
If you put too much, is that 8 going to win? Come on, Umberto. Dang. So if you put too much on that pick 3, then you can't bet your horse to win or place.
Right.
Or if it loses the first leg, now you're just going to dig a hole deeper.
Right.
So you make I like to say bet small to win big, but you want to have enough in your mental and your ability to just still pull the trigger to still bet that 15 to 1 shot, even if you didn't get to it for, 10 grand or 8 grand.
Right. Yeah. It's one of those things, right? Because you don't want to have an opinion. I mean, you have to have a strong opinion and build around it, right? But you don't want to put yourself into a position to where that horse wins. Like your strong opinion comes in and then you don't make any money off of it.
Yeah.
So because sometimes you can get a little too cute with the pick 3s, pick 4s, coming in. But then at the end of the day, if you like a horse, like you said, that's going to be 15 to 1.
I do.
Hell, $50 on that to win is $750, right? And then 50 to place is probably another 300 something. So if you come in and you structure it that way, right, you kind of get your money on the bets. Like you don't want to lose dollars trying to make sense, right? That's what I've had to tell people before. And I get it. Like you can be alive to them in a big multi-race wager, but ultimately that horse has to win. So a lot of times the easiest thing to do is kind of build around it, and then you treat your multi-race wagers as extra, right? Like be right on your one opinion, and then everything else is cherries on top.
That's like your big play.
Yeah, right. Like it's there's times though where like if it's a weekend or whatever and you only want to bet, $50 for the weekend, you just throw in a pick 4, have some fun, right? And maybe pay a little bit, whatever. But on the big days like Kentucky Derby Day and Belmont Travers Day tomorrow, like you don't want your strongest opinion to win and you not end up profitable.
Yeah. Like a door knock, maybe?
Yeah. Like you just go and you take every single 2-day double.
Yourself there, yes.
Yeah. You just find every 2-day double you can take because you hit on Arthur's ride on Friday morning.
Exactly right.
And then you take all your winnings and you just play it into the long shot that nobody thinks has a chance.
Nobody.
And then you win.
Unfortunately, we have to fade door knock now because Jared actually likes him now. So.
Hey, all I know is Dan has a $15 daily double. He is all over the sport. Nobody likes my 8, just Catherine.
So they're saying the 8's getting bet right now.
Yeah, the 8 is going to be bet. We're on the 8. I'm on the 8. So I'm off of the 1. 8 at Charlestown is shortening. See, he sees me. Look, he sees you. He knows.
Yeah.
It's not that hard to figure out. All right, 4, 8, 3, 4, 6, 7, 9, 2, 5, 9, 10. I just said all that, and then I threw in the 10. That's maker. Should I take the 2 out or the 10 and race 10?
Race 10. Let me take a look.
Curtis and Davey.
You're throwing one of them. I really like the 2. I really like the 2 in that race.
All right. So the 10.
That's tough. I would keep the 2. I had the 2 over the 10. I will say Aaron had the 10 as his top pick in that race, actually.
Oh, great. Good job, Aaron. Thanks a lot.
Can you read that ticket off to me, please?
Let me see if everybody's on board with this because nobody likes the 8. Will you give your ticket for 9, Curtis?
Yeah.
What were your horses for 9? 6, 7, 9?
In the 9, yeah, it was 6, 7, 9. I do like, if you're playing like a pick 3, pick 4, I do kind of like the 4 in there. I think that horse will run well here tonight. But again, like I said, for my daily double, I was trying to beat it.
Yeah, for sure. Okay, so Shoddy, we're going to go with the – guys, help me out if I miss one here. We're taking the 3, 4, 8. Right? Davey, you liked Apple Picker from the minute. Don't you quit on it now.
4 and 3 are my next 2 up. I don't care if he's 22 to 1.
Okay. Curtis's main pick is the 4.
Mm-hmm.
Davey is the 3. And I'm on just Catherine. I don't even like Catherine. That's fine. We are on 4, 6, 7, 9 in the second. And then what are y'all taking here? I'm on the 5. What are y'all on?
I like the 2.
5, 2, and then you said the 9, right, Davey? Roswell?
Sorry.
Or was that Shoddy?
No, it's Shoddy. Shoddy like Roswell.
Okay, so we're on the 9 with Roswell.
What race number? Race 10?
Yeah, race 10, pal.
Race 10, yeah. I had 4, 6, 2 for me.
So what was your top one?
The 4, Hall and Ice.
Okay, so we are 2, 4, 5, 9 in the last.
2, 4, 5. I like that.
And that is $30 for 50 cents. Beating Spirit Wind is worth it.
How much was it? Say one more time.
There it is.
Ooh, 50 cents.
He's rocking it.
$30. Ooh. That should be a pretty good paying ticket, I would assume, with those kind of numbers, you know.
All right, that's the one I'm betting.
And speaking of Aaron's picks, we're going to take a quick minute break. So if you guys need to refill your drinks or anything, feel free to go do that. Be right back.
Hey guys, what's up? Welcome back to RacingDudes.com. This YouTube page is growing and it is very well liked. And we have a regular website as well, and it answers a lot more questions that maybe we see from you guys in the chats when we're doing our live streams. A lot of times we'll be talking about the big stakes races and somebody will go, hey, do you like the 3 today at Gulfstream Park? Well, here's a place you can find it, and you can find it for absolutely free. Go to racingdudes.com and then click on that free picks button. And we have free win picks for every track running every single day. That's right. Every track, every day. Racingdudes.com. Click on the free picks and you can find every single track running. So if you're watching a stream and you go, I love the content, I wonder what they want at Gulfstream here in the second. Guess what? Go to racingdudes.com, click on that free picks menu, and you can find out. Don't forget, racingdudes.com, a lot more content right there. That is the mothership of the Racing Dudes brand, and you can find it right there. Like I said, racingdudes.com.
Oh, well, they didn't make it back in time. That's all right.
Still here.
Still here. All right. Yeah. So, yeah, if we can beat Spirit Wind here, that would be awesome going into the next races here.
See, I don't know that we can beat Spirit Wind, but I think we can beat Mike Smith.
Fair. We can beat Safi Joseph. It's possible. I've been mostly What were you saying? Sorry.
That we're not in the state of Florida, so it's not impossible.
Right? I wanted to mention I really also like Stady's pick for Holland Ice as well. So hopefully we can get to that last race and be alive to a couple prices there.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the main thing. Just being alive to it, right? So
First time we did this, we were alive to what, $8,000?
Oh man, you had to bring it up.
The 5-horse.
The one horse we didn't use. Oh god, it's so painful.
Hey, what's happening at Remington right now? Where are we at? The best track that gets nothing. Everybody loves betting Remington at night, especially when 2-to-1 shots come home. All right, let's see. Stuart Elliott, there you go.
They're on the track at Charlestown right now, so that probably means we're about 10 minutes from post.
Okay, cool. Okay. We saw Cabrera's been winning all right at Remington so far. Good to see him back from his injury. Always great. And I saw Scott Young, Withy Young. I think Somo was trying to push that connection down at Sam Houston. Scott Young's such a good dude. So seeing old Withy Young connection, I know made Somo happy, and I watched it in person. That was great. Let's see. By the way, Remington's hard.
Oh, it's extremely challenging.
Yeah. And they're never will pays.
Yeah, it's definitely tough. I know when I first started, I think I just got lucky because I hit like a exacta, like my first time going, paid like $300.
Yeah.
With the next week, won like $400, and I was like, "Oh, I can do this." And then you're hooked like everything else. But it's Remington, man.
You can hit them
all
there.
over the place. That's why I think it's a track that people, if they wanted to get into horse racing, like legitimate getting a horse into it, Remington is probably one of the greatest starting tracks. Senor Buscador started here. Broke his maiden, won the Springboard Mile, and then won the richest race in the world.
Louisiana Downs is another one. They Asmussen has a ton of horses down there. I would be way off if I even said the number. They love that as a training ground. So Louisiana Downs is the other spot to really get into it. Ron says, is Remington Oaklawn West? Yeah, we wish. We'd love to say that.
Yeah, that would be generous.
Yeah, we'll take it. Why not? Let's see. But we could win something at Remington. So I have a fantasy draft next Friday night. No, next Thursday. Next Friday's first OU football game. Next Thursday at Remington. So we're gonna do a group ticket there as a fantasy football draft group ticket. And I don't even know if you can win $3,000 in one of those deals, but we're gonna shoot for it.
Yeah, man, I'm sure you can.
If either of y'all get excited about something next Thursday night, y'all let me know.
All right, absolutely. I'll look it over, see what we come up with. You know what? I used to love betting some of like the maiden special weight races they would have out there at Remington. Some of the open.
Yeah.
Like, there would be some pretty nice horses out there. Some decent 2-3-year-olds.
There was some the other night.
Yeah, it's a great weeknight track. Really, you get a couple bets, a little bit of everything. I used to so the American Legion down the road, I've been known to frequent on a Friday night. They have TVG or FanDuel TV or whatever it is now on the package there. So sometimes
Curtis Magic Show.
Yep, the Magic Show. They'll put it on though, so it's kind of nice. You can just sit there, have a few $3 tall boy beers, and bet some Remington on a Friday night.
Yep. the way you get people to get excited about horse racing is you give them a 30-1 shot that wins. And I gave that to about 8 people the other night. It was 15-1. It was 15-1 when we were looking at it. And they said, "Oh, it's 15-1. It can't win." I said, 15-1 means you only got to win once.
Yeah.
And sure enough, that sucker, the 8 horse, I can't remember her name. It was definitely a her because she was wearing pink as the 8 horse. So it's obviously a her. She came home. She came home so fast. And we about jumped over the balcony trying to get down there. We didn't even know where to go when we were there.
I'll never forget when Davey hit that superfecta. It was Oklahoma Derby Day.
Yep.
It's like $900. But you were yelling from the balcony, from the box, how did he do that? Like,
how did he do that? I don't know if you remember, but I wasn't the only one yelling that shit.
Real quick, I wanted to mention, you mentioned a fantasy league. We do have a NFL fantasy league on the Racing Dudes Discord. Still need some people in there, so feel free to jump in on the fantasy league channel. And I saw someone asking, did we make a ticket for this? We did not do, we're not doing a group ticket tonight. Unless you guys want to. You guys could host one.
We're 0 minutes to post, so.
Yeah, wait, I got nothing.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I just thought the pick 5 sequence for tonight is so weird. Like starting race 9, huh?
Yeah.
It could have had all stakes.
Yeah, I'm sure they just wanted to try to draw the money out throughout the night, keep people there to play those last few races, and just bring in a little bit more. It definitely stinks that they didn't offer one anyways for an all stakes pick 5, but
the pool is about 116K if anybody's interested, and you probably do still have 30 minutes because they're just now, 0 minutes to post. Three, 4, 6, 7, 8. I don't know how those guys aren't going to. Everybody's going to beat Mike Smith. Mike Smith, unfortunately. Yeah. What do we look for, Curtis, if Safi's running?
So you got to have a bullet 2 back at Florida work. Hey, there's a horse. Safi has a horse running later tonight that fits that pattern. The horse is 20-1.
You're just now bringing that up?
I was waiting. It's in the classic.
Oh, come on. All right, guys.
Classic. I gotta go.
All right. We've got to build this ticket now. How much time do we have?
Oh my God, Lord Miles.
Okay.
Lord Miles.
Whoa, guys. My brother's name is Miles. This is gonna work.
I won on Lord Miles at like 61-1 one time, but I had a whole story I was going to use to build up to this later on.
Well, there was a rest. Between. This doesn't count.
Okay, yeah, well, you'll tell your story. Tell your story in its full glory when we get there after this race.
No. Yeah, where are we at? Give us the money. 60. I wanted to run Lord Miles with what was it? Phil, who got second or third in the Derby, which cost me 30 grand. 2 Phils, yes.
2 Phils.
So my brother's name is Miles. I'm Phil. We were going to bet the Phil Miles exacta and be millionaires. Basically, probably move next to I Am Hexa with all that money down in Brazil. We are originally from Panama, so
I will visit.
Yeah, so 2 Phils is coming down for 30 grand, or Mage comes home for 17. I didn't give 2 shits which one won. I was already with my pants off and a bunch of jack, and asking for forgiveness to the owners of the club. Lord Miles is going to win tonight. He already shorted me once.
Yeah, well, I'll tell my Lord Miles story when we get there. We got people tuning in from all over the world, though. We got Brazil, we got Canada in the chat, so we're
hey, where are you from, Canada, do you folks?
We cannot show the actual live feed. Copyright issues. We're not cool enough to have those kind of permissions as we're streaming from our homes, this is my third bedroom in my house. So,
Man, he's rich. All right. Joe Jones, give us the Pookie thing here. Rio de Janeiro. You know he really is from there because
we got so the one's kind of cruising on the lead right now, but the 4's sitting right off of it with the 2 behind him on the inside, going in the first turn. So this might be. We thought Mike Smith was going to blow it. This might be one of those nights where he has the best horse and just has to go to the lead and let him cruise. That's what he's doing right now. So 4's coming up the challenge a little bit here on the backside though. It's literally 1-4-2 and then a big gap to the rest of the field. 4's coming up.
That opening quarter.
So we went 22 and 6 for the first, and then 45 and 9. The 4 is taking over the lead from the 1 here going into the turn. So 4 just put the 1 away. 4 just put the 1 away. You've got the 2 right behind it coming to the stretch. So the 4's got a lead. It looks like the 2's going to come to the 4 though. Let's see. It's 4-2. 4-2. Now it's 2-4. So 2-4-8.
Say that one more time.
Oh man, you liked the 2 as well, Curtis.
Yep.
Free like a girl. Just as free. Darn.
So I ended up on the 4 over the 2.
Where was Apple Picker? What the heck?
picking apples, I guess. Should have been running a horse race.
Came in like 5th. Nah, I might have been 4th.
That's why you got to be tight on your tickets. So when you're wrong, you're way wrong. You know what I mean? Like just be wrong.
Yes,
Move to the next race. Keep it tight. Don't spend more than $20 on these pick threes.
Mm-hmm.
Or bet them for big. I think a guy on Twitter the other day said, if I don't bet a race, if I'm not betting a sequence, however I bet it, to win 10 grand, then I'm not betting it right. And I can get behind that.
You gotta bet money to win money.
I'm not saying you have to bet to win 10 grand. I'm just saying like the thought process is the way you bet it has to be to make money, right?
Right.
And if you like the 2, there you go. We had 2, 4, 8. Like we added the 3.
Mm-hmm.
But we had 2, 4, 8 the whole time, did we not, Curtis?
Yeah, I mean that's where we were at. I said basically take your pick at 2, 4, 8, and I like the 2 and the 4. That's one where multi-race wagers I ended up just singling the 4, and if I throw the 2 in there, then I'm looking to some pretty nice scores right here. So
yeah,
yep,
kind of want to get. That's also though an absolutely disgusting beat for the 4 because if you go watch the race, the 4 did like all the dirty work, put him away, and the 2 came and got it right at the wire. So.
The hands of Saez, as we hear. The hands of Saez.
Saez masterclass, and I don't usually fade him. Like I didn't even fade him there. I like it. I just didn't put it on the ticket.
You faded him in race 10, though.
Well, I'm gonna have him. And
yeah. Hey, I'll tell you what. That was we were still all over it. I don't care.
Yeah.
Good. What did the trifecta pay? Without the 1 in there.
So $1 try paid $64.
Like that's not enough. Like what? How? So nobody liked the 1.
$1 exacta paid $20.
All right, that's good.
So
that's good. Hey, it's all about structuring tickets, man. A ton of people talked about the 2 in here. Some people are on it. I think that's the right move. Basically, we said let's get rid of the 1, and we did. And the cool thing about what I love about this deal is you can't. Some people say it's like punishing yourself. I love seeing what could have been. Like I love it. I love seeing if I would have structured it just a little different, especially if I knew I liked the horses. If the 1 wins, I'm not too happy because I was way off on that deal. But we said the 1 wasn't winning.
Yeah, It's the four's taking some money here. So the 4 opened up 4-5 in this race.
What are the will pays?
Let's see. So will pays, I think it's probably going to be pretty heavy. So like the pick 3 will pay for $1 is $74 to the 4.
Gross.
So the second favorite here is the 9.
Hey, no, not on the pick 3.
Is what it says here on mine.
Look again.
Oh, sorry, the 5. The 5.
Oh, this isn't the 5. Shit, I thought it was that 5. Never mind. I'm talking about next race 5. Crap.
Sorry. No, you're good. So the 5 is the second favorite and everything. 6, 7, 9 though. The 6 and 7 are paying pretty big. So.
God, I don't like the 5 here. Am I wrong on this still?
I'm against the 5 as well. I'm worried. Aaron's top free pick for this race is the 5, but I played against him. I put the 4 on top. I mean, he's the 4-5 favorite now. I just think he looks like this was a race made for like that horse. Like, it's been prepped up, primed for this one. Ben Tornado, first time Lasix, Brad Ortiz Jr. It just looks like everything is setting up right for that horse. So I'm playing against Tapalo and Joel Rosario.
Dude, Aaron's been kicking my ass all summer.
Well, it is his job. So
yeah, he's so much better than I am. It's ridiculous. It's kind of annoying, but it is.
The Rockets have been on fire, Saratoga.
Have they? God.
Yeah.
Maybe I'll buy some for the weekend.
No shit. This is a great weekend to do it too. Aaron's been kicking my ass. Every time I say a horse, he's like, yeah, okay, good luck. Have fun.
Have fun.
And you know, Aaron, he's not going to be like, you're wrong, because he says it every single time. He's like, hey, I'll never tell someone they're wrong. And then I was like, hey, this is what I like. He said, okay, good luck.
And the famous words of Aaron Halterman, looks good.
Yeah, looks, yeah. You'll get paid if it wins. Oh, Jesus. All right, fine. But Curtis never really talks shit to me like that, you know. I text Curtis and he just says, yeah, let's add it. And he's like, because in his mind, he's like, hell, I'm spending $50 anyways. Who gives a shit?
Yeah, it's one of the, I mean, I don't want to be
just exposing the DM.
Yeah, he's like, yeah, just add it, Phil. Let's go. Let's go.
But to be fair, you don't like send me 4 to 5 horses. Like, you're not sending me a horse that's like 4 to 5, 3 to 5 and saying you like it and then it can't lose. You're sending me like 15, 20 to ones. And I'm saying the ticket's costing me $50. So what's 55 if I'm going to get another huge price on there?
Yeah. And I'm pretty sure I don't text you every day either. So it's like, hey, what do you think? And he's like, let's add it. And I'm like, okay, he doesn't love it, but let's go.
Yeah, it's not impossible. Like, it's one of those things. And then also too, because you know what happens is, though, the one time if I'm like, nah, there's no chance, that horse is gonna win. So
oh yeah, we experienced that once. Don't bring it up, Shoddy, but we experienced that once.
So
all right, we got Delmar.
Maybe I'll go after this.
What are you gonna do?
So what time is the last race in Remington? 11?
I don't know.
I might go after the Charlestown Classic. Just go see the last 2 races.
Why not? We got Delmar race 7 in no time.
Who do you got?
Probably nobody. Let me look. So if anybody wants to go up to Remington, just hit me up. Hit up Shoddy and let us know, because I'd love to hang out and you know, have people around. I don't know how many people are in here. Hopefully there's not. I'm sure there's.
It looks like it really depends on if Charlestown maintains their schedule here, but you might be able to make the last 2 races at Remington. But you never know, because Charlestown is like a race behind right now, so. It's supposed to go off at 9:20 p.m. Central Time, and then Remington race 8 is 9:53. So,
Oh, I'm looking at tomorrow.
We'll see.
Man, I don't have nothing. Does anybody have something that Delmore? I don't have anything. It's a small.
No, I didn't look at the card at all.
Yeah.
It's only 5. It's only 5 races. So 5 horses. And I've got the 2 prices on top. 3 is probably where I would have gone, even though the name of it's OU Babe. I'm sure it's not pronounced that way. I'm not, just so everybody's clear, I am not an OU homer. I am an OU homer, but I realize the reality of sports is mostly luck on some of these deals, except for when you're Alabama.
Or Georgia now, apparently.
Georgia beat us. So Georgia beat us, right? And in probably one of the best college football games ever played. And I still think it was probably the best game I've been to other than OU Tennessee, but OU wins that game and nobody cared. OU Georgia in the Rose Bowl in the first round is probably the best, one of the best football games ever played. We lost, but probably one of the best football games. And I bet a lot of people would agree, to a certain extent with that.
Yeah, that was a great game.
It was
a great football game. We'll see. I mean, I think it's going to be an interesting year with the expanded playoff. I think people are going to be sorely disappointed. So I think some of those I don't think the expanded playoffs can live up to the hype. It's really, people are going to get upset because it's going to be all Big Ten and SEC teams that fill up the at-large bids.
Yeah.
And probably Notre Dame. So I don't know. We'll see. It's also weird that there's a tournament format to where the best seed you can get is the 5th seed.
It's going to piss a lot of people off because it's even more SEC.
Yeah, it's gonna be more. Which, I mean, now with there being 16 teams and the 16 teams that you have in each conference, like rightfully so, it's going to be made up of that. So what you're going to get, because if you're the 5th seed, you get to play the worst G5 team. Now that they put a token G5 team in the playoff, you're going to have a team that's probably not even a top 25 team getting smoked in the first round every year. But if you're the 5th seed, you probably get to play that team. And then now that the conference champions get the top 4 seeds, the worst conference champion is going to be the 4 seed, and you play them on a neutral field. So you go from home game against a team that shouldn't even be in the tournament to play in a team that's probably a 3-4 loss team that upset to win their conference tournament in the second round. Like, you get to the semifinals pretty easy being the 5th seed. So,
yeah, I mean, dude, Chris is pissed, man.
Yeah,
dude, he's all caps pissed, and you're right. Whoever Noccarelli, the Italian mafia guy, he knew that the 2 was going to win because he's in the mafia. He didn't tell us.
He knew.
He's got the sauce, right, Noccarelli?
Got someone from Puerto Rico.
I know. Serrano. What movie? Pedro.
That's the Major League.
Yes, sir. Ben Tornado opens up at 4-5, 7-month layoff. That is only a street name. That's what I would say too, Noccarelli. I get it.
Going 3 turns? Is he going 3 turns? Is that how far this race is?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not weird.
Oh, yeah, they're all.
No, it's only
this is 2 turns. It's 7 furlongs. I think, don't they have like a 6 furlong track so they go down the stretch and around once?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's
so
3 turns on a park. It's 3 turns in race 11, though.
Right. So this is race 8. Who do we have stats wise?
So how interesting would this race had been? Like, if Bookham Dano had stayed here, would he have been an easy single for you?
Yeah, probably.
Absolutely.
Does that mean we like Bookham Dano? Does that change our Bookham Dano thought?
I don't know that
I mean, I
love
like
him.
Bookham Dano anyways in the other race.
Is that because he's a favorite?
No, I think he is a pretty good quality, and the distance is better for him. You know, he tried to keep kind of stretching out a little bit. He got beat when he was overseas. He came back. He's been looking good. I think this is a much lesser class than anything he's faced. In his current race, I think that one's a more suitable race. But I still think that if he shows up, with his A game, it maybe not even have to be perfect. I think he's going to be very hard to beat.
Okay, so we just literally watched the same last race at Charlestown. I mean, 7 furlong dirt, non-graded stake, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, this is
Go ahead.
what race are we talking about?
This race coming up at Charlestown.
Race 9.
The Robert Hilton Memorial Stakes?
Yes.
Okay. It is a stakes race. 500K purse.
Yeah. So we just watched somebody sit right behind it and go.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just trying to figure out who sits that same race.
I kind of think it's interesting because I'm curious to see what the 7 does if they gun him to the lead. The 6 kind of had that trip last time, which kind of set off for Robertino Diodoro. Just kind of set off and then took over in the stretch. They're at least going around the turn and then into the home stretch. So 6 maybe has a chance to sit that trip. I think the 4 is probably going to go to the lead, or maybe the 4 even gets that trip. But I don't know.
The 11's out and the 2. Okay, the 2's out. I mean, just plotting it, I'm looking for the same person that was in the 2 spot, and it would be the 3. The 3, the 6.
Yeah,
No, the 6 might be close. The 3.
I think the 3 could do it. Yeah, the 9's probably too far outside to get to the inside, but that's kind of the trip that horse has had.
Yeah, the 9. Yeah, the 9's right there too. The 5, unfortunately, I've been against that horse all day, but so the 6 and the 4 are going to be closest.
Yeah, I think so. I think I think the 7 though. I think the 7 might be fast enough. If you look at the time form US pace.
Okay. Yeah, tell me that.
Okay, so the earliest pace, our highest early pace scores, the 7, who actually has like a 1:16, which is incredibly fast. And then you have the 4, who's at 1:15, and those are the 2 quickest. So the 1 also has a 1:09, but that horse hasn't been on the lead in a race to start in quite a long time. So take that with a grain of salt. And then the 5 has gunned it to the lead in pretty much every race he's been in. So,
5. Yep.
So it makes it an interesting scenario. If the 4 doesn't go to the lead,
Mm-hmm.
and for whatever reason, if the 5 didn't either, if the 7 somehow beats them both to the lead, I think that gets pretty interesting pretty quick. I think the 6 will probably try and sit off, and then 9 will probably do the same thing as well. I'm just interested to see the trips the 4 and the 5 get.
I've always really liked Valentine Candy.
Yeah.
Now, can he win outside of Oaklawn? That's the big
Yeah.
question there.
But
I
it's
think
G1,
the 4,
G2.
5. Yeah, I think the 4, 5, and 7 will probably go to the lead, and hopefully they go fast enough for Valentine Candy to pounce. I like him at his odds here.
I like your 1 a lot. I wanted to like the 6, but now I'm kind of thinking the 6 can be too close.
So this is the one time I didn't pick the Asmussen horse. I was interested in Valentine Candy. but I wasn't obsessed with him like I was before. I am worried a little bit about the whole pace scenario thing, but the other combinations, the distance, the first time Lasix, Arad Ortiz Jr. sold me on the 4. The 7 was definitely up there. I mean, he was on my list. He's third on my list. I had the 9 Juba with a twist, actually, dropping from 10-1 to 7-1. So getting a little bit of love to the outside. I think this was a good race, good prep leading up to this, and that this was kind of one that they were aiming towards. If you just look at the previous races and works.
Yeah.
And then I had Catalytic in 4th, but I didn't really have it as like a selection. It was about
then Curtis made fun of me. Then Curtis made fun of me for doing it.
I don't know. I mean, like you said, like he's beaten some better. You throw out the Derby, then it looks like maybe he does have some opportunity to take a step forward here. This isn't, a grand old field of horses. So if he really is kind of that caliber, then he should be able to get the job done. Drop 15-1 to 6-1, so that kind of sucks.
Hey, let's look at your 1. I'm with you. The 7's there. The problem with me with the 7 is going longer, but he's so young and new to racing. He probably has the most chance for improvement, right?
Right. That's kind of what I thought. I think the horse is well bred too. When you go in and look at him again, it's smaller connections. They get a horse. They paid $180,000 for him. He's got that back. The dam of the 7 was a stakes winner in sprint races. Actually, was 2 for 2 routing in her career too. So had a little bit of versatility there.
That's 4 stakes winners.
Yeah. And interesting. So in dirt sprints, which I would consider this, the siblings of the 7 have a positive ROI. The $2 returns $2.86. So they're horses that have won and got the job done.
And pulled away. Separated himself.
Yeah.
Twice.
I think the 7 furlongs here, 2 turns shouldn't be an issue. Also, 1 too, like the horse has been running good. So he just worked a bullet at Churchill last out. So last time I checked, they run stakes races and sprinting stakes races at Ellis Park that the horse could be in if they wanted to. The horse has been working fast since his last race. So. You go look at it though. So like from the standpoint, his only loss was his first race, and he lost by a head.
Hey, I'm getting yelled at. Yeah, I hear that, Kevin. I'm getting yelled at by these guys at Holden Beach. They're living the beach life. They're making wings for people. They're giving them too many beers, and they're giving me shit about horses. Isn't that weird?
Don't bet more than you can afford to lose, fellas.
I'm talking about me. He's right. Kevin's right.
I wanted to bring up this comment by Ron. We are planning a Derby party, like a meetup. So if you guys are interested in like watching the Derby with a group of people in the Racing Dudes Discord, definitely reach out to Ron or I on the Discord.
Ooh. We are still 14 minutes to post at Charlestown. They are taking.
I'm falling in love with Valentine Candy. I hate it, but I actually said the name Valentine Candy on accident earlier. So I don't know what you guys know about horse racing handicapping, but that is a dead giveaway.
The accidental name drop?
Well, it came out. He was in a G2, G1, won a Oaklawn Park, and based on this, I look at Thoroughbred Manager. Jose Santos made fun of me for doing that once, even though he looks at it to pick horses all the time. He just couldn't believe what I was doing. So that 103 rating that I'm showing for Valentine Candy at Oaklawn Park, is just as fast as – no, it's actually faster than Wants and Needs, and I have Wants and Needs on top. So I have the 7 on top at 101. I've got the 9 second, 98, 3 at 97, 6 at 97, and then I've got the 1 at a 103 at Oaklawn and running against much better than what the other horses have been running.
My hesitation is that he just hasn't won outside of Oaklawn. He has literally never won outside of Oaklawn. So I
going longer, right? And Oaklawn's one of those tracks where you either like the grass, you like the dirt there or not. Like it's soft. Danny Caldwell always told me, he said, hey, if I think I got a turf horse, I'm going to run at Oaklawn. I'm going to run a horse on the soft sand of Oaklawn before I make a decision somewhere. So, and he's a Hall of Fame owner. So you're right. You're probably right there. But the 9 and then the 10, Catalytic. People are betting Catalytic.
They look at that resume. I mean, like you said, he was second in the Florida Derby. I mean, before that, wasn't he second at Tampa?
I'm not sure.
I mean, his resume doesn't look that bad.
He still didn't run as fast as Valentine Candy did.
Yeah, he was second. Well, he was second in the Florida Derby, and he was second in an allowance at Tampa in a sprint race. He also lost as a 4-5 favorite in a non-graded stakes at Gulfstream Park last out. So, I don't know.
Can we kick Mr. Phillip out? He's been winning at Epstein Downs, also known as Assiniboia Downs. And you can close there. I'm not sure that this is the spot.
I don't know. I like the horse. I like him here. So.
I did too.
He ran well I think if you go look, he probably has a little backlash. He ran well at Oaklawn. And you, I don't know how you can hate him because he debuted at Remington Park.
I can hate that. I promise.
So,
I don't want to.
Yeah.
The Adora was soft. Yeah.
I don't know. So the interesting thing is when he's raced with Lasix, he's 3 wins and a third, and then when he's raced without it, he doesn't run well. So I think him having the Lasix tonight is probably a game changer, or at least improves his chances.
All right, I'm going to put a try together here. It's probably not going to be cheap. Was this 9? Are you going to single? Are you going to single the Sappy horse later, Lord Miles?
I like both Sappy horses in that race.
We can go Sappy. Oh well, yeah, of course. Skippy Longshot.
I just went heavier to Skippy than anything else. I also like.
It's Friday. Remember that.
Well, I will say I've got the 6 in there too. Coastal Mission.
Okay, let's go 6. All right, if I go 6 and 1, what about Bendu? Isn't that an interesting horse?
Yeah, I you know what's funny? So I bet Dubai. I used to like that horse a lot. I would bet Dubai in the wintertime, and then he came over, and he's done okay. I think he probably should have won last out at Saratoga and lost a race that was not bad. It wasn't great though. I don't know. I think he's going to be a short price here tonight, and it's Friday, right? So,
whoa, Skippy's going to be the favorite.
Yeah, Skippy's going to be the favorite for sure. I also think that horse is like bona fide favorite, and then I think Lord Miles and Coastal Mission are the interesting long shots. So,
can we? Is Maggie's Girl legit in race 12? Or 12.
10. What was that race 12?
10, 1. Up on Moon. 4.5. Oh,
I don't know. I'm not taking even money at this track.
no, never mind. I'm going pick 3. I'm going to go pick 3.
Yeah, I'll give out a pick 3 here in a
Let's
second.
do that. Let's do that. Yeah, I'm just trying to figure this out.
Okay, so I staggered it. So I did put the 4 on here, so I'm heavier to the 4. So this is one thing, and I'll share it in the Discord probably tonight or later tomorrow. When I do pick 3, so I don't do it just like flat denomination. I usually weight it based on what I think the horses chances are in each leg, and make it so that I'm heavier to the favorites than not. So, or heavier to my top choices than not. So, but I ended up, from a flat ticket standpoint, I ended up 4, 6, 7, 9 here. Went really, really wide in the next race, 2, 4, 6, 9, 10, and then 1, 6, 7 in the last.
1, 6, 7. Okay, so I'm going 1, 5, 6 in the last. What was your second leg?
2, 4, 6, 9, 10.
2, 4, 6, 9. All right, even when Mike just did so well in the last race?
Yeah, whatever. I'll take the. I trust Safi Joseph more than I hate Mike Smith.
Hey, before you push go, remember I told you a 15-1 shot you should actually add in there. I'm not saying you should for the group, but you should.
Is that Navy Bell?
Yes.
Yeah, it's
Oh no, we lost Navy. Is this a ticket that you guys want me to post? If so, read it back to me.
Yeah, get her in there.
Yeah.
Get her in there, Curtis. Help the people. Help the people. Yours was for $5 anyways.
4, 6, 7, 9. Uh, 2, 4, 5, 6, 9, 10. 1, 6, 7. And Pedlo has the 5 in the last leg too, if you want to put that on there.
And do. No, I have
What's
the 5
that?
and not the 7.
What's that add up to? 50 cents.
Let's see. Hold on. Sorry. That was.
I'm costing him more money than he wanted right now. I just got a large middle finger via text.
I gotta have money to lose tomorrow.
Right?
And you're welcome for this Navy L.
Yeah, let's go. 1, 5, 6. So that would be $48 for 50 cents.
And is that including Pedlo's 5? Or is that just with the 1, 6,
Yeah,
7?
that was including Pedlo's 5.
Okay.
No, don't. Nobody should go that deep if they have the 7.
Yeah,
right?
if you have the 7. Yeah, if you have the 7. Yeah, throw the 5.
Yeah, go 6, 7 in the last leg for that, right, Curtis?
Yeah, I would say, and usually, like I said, I'll usually like weight it, so I would be like $5 or $6 to the 7, and then like 2 or 3 to the others that you like. Probably, like I said, like 3 to the 6, and then like $1.50 to the 1. So I think the 1's going to pay pretty well.
So explain this, Curtis. So because I've heard this a couple times. So you've got that's your main spread tickets, $48, blah blah blah, right? But you're also going to play maybe $1 or another 50-cent ticket, and you're just going to play who you actually think in this race, next race, in the next race, and you're probably going to keep one price on there. I mean, I've seen. Yeah. So you may play 3 iterations of this ticket.
Right. Yeah, I think I've got. Let me check. I think I've got like 6 in right now.
Put the main ticket up there if you want to, Shoddy, and just go 6, 7 maybe, or the $48 ticket. Yeah.
Well,
there you go.
$24.
Yeah. There you go.
Just like that. Yeah. And then tell how you would split it.
So, like on this, I'd have it like the 4 being heavier here. So I'd kind of isolate a ticket where I'd have 4. I pretty much think everybody in the next leg has a pretty equal chance of winning the race. So I keep that as is. And then would like have, so basically we'd have like one ticket where it's like 4 everybody in the second leg that we have, and then the 7, and I'd play that for the biggest denomination. And then I would break it in so you'd have like 6, 7, 9 everybody, and then 7 for probably my second biggest denomination because I think the 7's the most likely winner, and then kind of repeat through with the 6. So like you go 4 all, then 6 for the third largest, and then everybody else the 6, 7, 9 everybody 6 for the lowest. So basically it's just it kind of smooths out the payouts over time. So that way if you get to it, you can get alive to multiple, but you're not spending as much money as if I did like $5 across the board. You know what I mean? If I was doing $5 denomination across the board. So
like, and how I would hit this to make sure I get the most out of this 5. And I like Shawty's 9. So I would probably go, where was it? I don't want the 4 in this race. I was against it on purpose. So I would go 1, 9, and then you like the 4. So I'd go 1, 9, 7, and I would only go 5, 9 in the next. And then I would go 1, 5, 6. And once again, that's $9, and I would just try to beat 3 favorites in a row. And for $9, if I get through the first race, I'm going to save money because I don't have to bet the next race.
right.
I mean, because it's a big payout. It's going to be a big payout. It'll be $200, $300.
Right. Yeah. So Dan's asking there, he's like, so you press your most likely winner, not necessarily the best value. Yeah. So that's kind of right. So basically,
you wouldn't press your biggest value?
Well, so what I'm saying is, in this scenario, I think, like I said, Skippy Longstocking is going to be a short price. So it varies. It's not like this is a one-size-fits-all that I roll out every Saturday and do this with every sequence. Like there may be times where if I don't think there's going to be any value, then I lay on it. The only thing is I just think that the 7's way better than everybody else, and I do think him at even money is a pretty fair price, and I think we could get that. So this is a race that in the past, like we've had horses like Art Collector that have came out here to Charlestown, been way better than everybody, and won at a pretty square price. So usually you do get a fair price here.
Mm-hmm.
So I think, looking at that way, right. But if I'm going with my favorite horse or who I think the value is, there's times I'll press that too. It all just ultimately depends. I don't know that I would say that like the other horses, the 6 and the 1 are going to be, huge values. I think they're probably adequately priced, but I don't want to be in a scenario to where I'm needing Skippy Longstocking to break even, right? So I want it to be set up so that I make money across the board. So this kind of smooths the payouts out tonight. There's times where I said I was single to everything in the Dornick on Belmont weekend. So, which was I knew that was going to pay huge, but it just ultimately depends. I think anybody else other than the 7's paying huge, but I'm not pressing everything else tonight.
Yeah, but Curtis, I've bet with you plenty of times. I mean, you're pressing the 7 at the end, but you're not pressing the favorite in the second race.
Right.
Yeah. So, you're not pressing the favorite. You do think the most likely winner is the 7, but you're not really pressing the favorite.
Right.
And honestly, like with a favorite, the best place to run them is in the back, right? It's never the front.
Yeah. Right.
So you can play a big ticket and end with the favorite. I've done that and won $9,000 on a $27 ticket. So you just got to press your prices after the second race. The first and second race are usually computer races. You can find out where the computers have their money pretty easily in the probables and the will pays. It's the third race, fourth race, fifth race that you can find a price and or a single. That's where you get a lot of value. The first and second race, it's computer races.
Right. And another thing I think happens too, and just kind of what I've seen from talking to guys at OTBs or tracks and stuff, I think, so like you said, you've got, computer races. And then I also think you have guys that'll play, if you're at the track with buddies, you're playing a group ticket or whatever. I think there's people that'll go longer in the first races or spread wider just so that they win, just so they don't get knocked out on the first race. So yeah. I think long shots are more valuable kind of at the beginning of the ticket as well too. because, like I said, you can knock out the people might be wider than what they would be there. So if you're getting something towards the bottom. Also, too, I feel like it's like the first race typically, and then the last race. It seems like there's more value to the long shots in the last race as well, too, which may just be because it's the accumulation of a sequence. But it also feels like, too, by the time when you're putting that last leg in, if people do it in sequential order, if people do it in more sequential order, then they get to that last leg, and they're only going to pick as many horses as the budget will allow.
Exactly.
So a lot of times what I'll do when I go build, I don't build the ticket, race 1, race 2, race 3, race 4. I go in and pick the races that I have the strongest opinions on and fill in the gaps elsewhere.
I skipped a pool because I was trying to do what other people wouldn't do. And that's exactly right. They'll either spread early or they won't spread late. Most people wouldn't spread late, and I wouldn't either in most cases because I can hedge out in the last race.
Yeah,
and
right.
I think that way, that means a lot of people think that way. So if you can go 6, 7, and those are not the favorites at the end, then that's where you're getting the most value on the end of a pick 3.
Right. And so a lot of times what I'll do as well, too, to try and take – I know we talked about this before when we were texting, but I'll also go in and look at things from the standpoint of going in and deciphering the races the night before. Like tonight I'll probably go downstairs and try and draw out – or at least tomorrow morning go in and draw out my Saratoga bets because I know I'll be drinking and getting a little impulsive as tomorrow goes on. So, but I go in and have my bets placed so that like we were talking about, circling back to what we talked about earlier, to where you're getting your most money out of your bankroll on your best bets, and then kind of building around it.
Yeah. Which so far it looks like we have prices all over Saratoga at the end lap tomorrow. And tonight, go ahead.
After this race, do we want to talk about the other stakes and that pick 5 sequence for tomorrow?
Yeah, let's do that because I want to look at it more too.
Because my struggle for tomorrow is the first leg of that pick 5 because everyone's singling the 2.
Which race?
Time. Well, we'll talk about it here in a second. They're loading into the gate here at Charlestown.
You gonna call this one, Shoddy?
I can try.
Call.
I probably shouldn't because as soon as I start, it's gonna spaz out on me. But all right, they're loading into the gate.
I swear they take forever to load the gate here too.
I know. Yeah, like for tomorrow, we're discussing a group ticket on the Discord, and everyone's wanting to single the 2, and I'm like, I don't like to single the 2. I think he can get beat, but it's hard to find a single in that whole sequence, in my opinion. All right, they're still loading in the gate.
That is race.
It looks like they're all in.
So my problem with the 2 is I think he's going to be up front. And then a 6
5 is not having a good time in the gate right now. Jockey is off the 5, now back on the 5. Off the 5 again. Come on, Rosario.
We're good because I don't like the 5 anyways. Put that sucker back in there, Joel.
All right.
Hall of Fame jockey.
He stayed.
Hall of Fame jockey, Joel Rosario. Thank you, Matt.
The 10 is just flipped. Oh, the 10 just flipped in the gate. Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, the 9. Oh,
all right.
All right. Catalytic is completely upside down right now. And now the 9 is having a meltdown. Oh, geez. That's not good. This is delayed now.
All right. So let's go back to tomorrow.
That's going to take a while to sort out.
Yeah.
Hey, sometimes you just need a back rub. Probably not funny, but I've said not funny things a lot, so that's fine.
Yeah,
I'm not watching it by all means. I have no idea what's happening.
So the 10 went down, and then he was kicking the heck out of the 5, or kicking.
Dang it, Rosario! If you had just stayed on, they could have broke. I'm not going to blame Rosario.
What happened?
I think it's I think it's safe to assume that the 10 is going to scratch, and I think the 9 might scratch as well.
Yeah, so the 9 got bet down to 3-1.
Hey, what is that? Hey, what does that tell you, dude? My Elo, man. Hey, I got a Dino.
Hello, hey, you think it's delayed right now? Now it's delayed even longer.
Dude, my Elo set a fucking timer so he could wake up from his nap. He says I could have hit snooze one more time. I should probably not say that word. All right, so going back into tomorrow. So if measured time is going to be up front, Silver Knot's going to be up front. They're both Appleby horses. I don't think. Here's my deal. I don't think the British are going to overthink it. That just doesn't seem like the way they do things.
Yeah,
They're not like Chad Brown. They don't choke people and throw them downstairs.
Oh God. Oh, Pedlo. I know it's pretty much for most people. It's between the 2 and the 4, and most people are leaning towards measured time. I think Silver Knot is in form right now. I mean, they're both going to be super short prices, so you really need to pick one or the other if you're going to single. Obviously, if you're singling, but
I just got $5 for my Chad Brown comment, just so we're clear.
But I see there's some love for Soldier Rising. People are saying it's just going to be, key him in third. If you're building a pick 5, who do you go to here, Curtis? Do you have a really?
I think Measured Time's the best horse, but I don't know. It's really a tough call, I think. Also, too, so Measured Time was on my ticket on Dubai World Cup Day, and he lost in that race. He got 4th, but Factor Cheval beat Namur by a nose, and I had both those horses were 26-1. I left Factor Cheval off the ticket for whatever reason. Had Namur, so I lose by a nose there. Had singled. We were talking about singling into where you think value. Singled into the horse that ended up winning the Dubai World Cup by like 20 lengths. And so not having that horse on cost me like 20 grand on the pick 5. So that's a very sad day, very sad reminder, seeing Measured Time there on the sheet. But I do think he's way better than everybody else here. I'm not the biggest Silver Knot fan. But really, to his point, in the States, probably his best win was over the same people that were probably over the same horses that Measured Time's win was over last time with Nation's Pride and Ohana Honor. So,
I mean, Silver Knot hadn't done anything wrong, but yeah. You got to pick between the 2, and then you have to pick another horse. That's what you have to do, right?
Yeah, you've got
to unless you've got a price later on.
And it sounds like I'll probably look into it and see. If everybody thinks Measured Time is single, then I probably don't play the sequence. If I was going to be single to what everyone else is going to be single to, then I don't typically play that. So,
okay.
That's my thought as well.
I'm thinking about adding Grand Sonata. That's what I was thinking.
Yeah.
So
I think she sits right behind them, and if they both play hooky and just kind of keep it quiet, then she's the only one that can come in.
Man, I don't think they've gotten that horse out from under the gate yet.
Well, I'm not watching. You guys are so far ahead of me on that deal. It's incredible. All right, so we've talked about that. If you can't get out of Measured Time, either use Measured Time as a single and do what everybody else did and then do something different, or find another one. Is it 1? Is it 6? I think Farbridge is going to get bet because of its name. So I got to go 1 or 6 outside of the 2. Silver Knot hadn't lost in a while. So I kind of like Silver Knot, but
I would go Soldier Rising, but he just never wins. So that's the other problem. I think he'll run well tomorrow, but I don't think he's going to win. So
we don't use. So it's 6, right?
Grand Sonata.
6 hadn't won in a while either, though.
I was going to say he doesn't win either. So I think Soldier Rising's better than Grand Sonata.
Happy to report that Catalytic had.
So can we make more? Can we make the same amount of money in the pick 4 without even worrying about that race?
Just real quick, Catalytic has gotten to his feet, and they are taking his number off the starting gate, so he's scratched. I don't know about the 9 yet.
Yeah, for sure. For sure. So if you're going to single the 2, do you just move to the next race?
Yeah, but then you've got to try. If you're going to single the 2, you've got to be against the grain somewhere else.
No, I'm saying, do you not play it?
Oh, yeah.
What would you do?
I probably won't. What I'll do, I'll go look. I'll go look and see like what other. I usually try and use Twitter or the Discord or something to kind of gauge the public's perception on what everyone else is doing. But if it looks like if you're seeing a bunch of tickets and everyone's single to the 2, then I'm just moving on to the sequence.
Okay. If you like the 2, then you should probably play in. We mentioned it earlier already. You should try to play into it.
Yeah, go like race 8 into it.
Right? That's what we're saying. Because I also don't want to single it in a pick 3.
Right.
That's what I'm thinking right now, like just as a group combo. I don't want to single it in a pick 3 unless it's a $3 pick 3. Because we do have some prices in the third race. That's why I was asking.
Yeah. Yeah.
So we have prices in the third race. We could do a $3-4 pick 3.
Yeah, you get some prices later on. Like I said, yeah, if you think, if there's, like you said, yeah, the third race, there becomes some value elsewhere, but you're going to have to you're going to have to hit somewhere that the public isn't, right? So you're going to have to like somebody else.
So here's what I would actually do, Curtis. This is what I would actually do. I wouldn't bet the 2. I would bet the 1 and the 6 because it's going to be a smaller ticket for me. I'm going to do it at $1 bet because I just don't want to bet the 2 in a pick 5.
Yeah.
So I'm going to bet $1 bet. I'm going to go with the 1 and the 6. I'm going to end with Anchor and what was the other one we liked? Anchor and
so in that race we had Anchor and
not Mulligan. Yeah, we liked Mulligan.
Yeah, you like Mulligan. Casually Ostro too. The 8.
Yeah, that's right. I like the 2, but yeah. So I would go 2, 8, 7. That's what I would do. I would play whatever horses in the 10th race. I like Society, so that's what I would try to do. I would just try to beat 3 favorites in a row with 12, $18. And guess what? You probably make $500 on Travers Day if you beat 3 favorites in that race.
Oh, yeah. If you get the 2 beat, see, that's where the money's at, though, in that first leg. If you get the 2 beat,
yeah,
you get the 2, and it's not just getting the 2 beat, it's getting the others. If you get 2 and 4 beat,
I think it's possible, man. I really do. Like instead of singling the 2 for $100, I would much rather bet against it for 18.
Right.
And I would rather play against Vava in the 10th race. I might add Vava, though I want Society. But my biggest thing is I want Anchor, I want Twisted Ride, and I want Baby Yoda or Cagliostro.
Right. Yeah, and then it becomes
and then play pick 4 for $80.
Right. Yeah. No, I think so. I think that's the right way to go about it. Right. You've got to, if you want to hit big, you've got to swing where other people aren't. Right. You've got to take some chances where nobody else is. So.
And most people won't pull the trigger on $100 doing it against it. So don't do it for $100. Do it for $1 pick 3, which scares anybody. Okay. I'm just thinking of normal people. It scares. I'm very, very tight.
Hey, that's what group tickets are for.
Yeah, or take a group ticket. That's really the right answer. But I still would rather go against the favorites. I mean, big days typically go favorites, except at Saratoga.
The graveyard of favorites.
You only have 3 more weeks to make real money here. And you don't do it by betting the favorite. With
All right, they are loaded into the gate and off in the Robert Hilton Memorial. Going to the lead is going to be Ben Tornado. Right along with them, there's a pretty good wall of horses. So it's kind of hard to tell who's in the lead right now. They are 4 wide going around the first turn. Looks like Ben Tornado is going to take the lead from Mr. Phillip.
Yeah, go figure.
So right now it's 4, 6, 7, 8. Kind of what we thought, that the 4 and 7. I'm kind of oh, that's not Mr. Phillip. That's the 5. Just kidding. Topolo. Wow, that saddle cloth looked really dark.
How's Valentine Candy looking?
Valentine. Oh, the 7 pulled up.
Go figure.
Valentine Candy is making his move. He's currently 3rd.
A little bit here on the inside.
Yeah, it looks like he's going to make his move on the rail here. So let's see if he has enough to get past to this 5. All right, as they cut the corner, Valentine Candy and Ben Tornado are kind of head-to-head here. Looks like Valentine Candy is going to pull away from Ben Tornado. So it's going to come in Valentine Candy, Ben Tornado, and very close for 3rd. It looks like the 9 might have gotten up to get 3rd from the 5, but it's pretty close. Hey, Valentine Candy, my boy! He finally won outside of Oakland. Yes. Pretty good price, too.
Hey, you said it. I accidentally said it. Hey, here's something cool. The other night, we're at Remington. I don't remember what night it was. And it was packed. There were people everywhere.
I mean, it wasn't an opening weekend last week?
Yeah, I know. I'm talking about like last night.
Oh.
It's hot right now.
Yeah.
But
I don't know. It's been like in the 60s.
There are kids there. I just saw it looked like at Charlestown there were a lot of people there. So, I mean, you just got to get people. If any of y'all are in the chat, just get people to go. People don't know about horse racing until they go. Watching on TV ain't the same. Just get them there.
Yeah, that's the best part.
Bet $2 on 5 to 15 to 1 favorites. If they don't win, they'll lose $20. If they do win, they'll be back next week.
Yeah. I mean, that's my favorite part. I mean, other than seeing the horses, of course, but just hanging out and chatting with people. Oh, it's so fun.
Just go.
All right. Valentine Candy, 7 to 1. That is a great pick here. Oh, no, we didn't have it in the pick 3. Rip. Well, I played a pick 3 that had him. Did you guys play anything that had Valentine Candy? Surely you did, right?
I did.
I was about to say, because I was like, yeah.
I did not.
I know.
I'm so sorry.
You can't talk Curtis into playing some. I already talked him into the 15 to 1 shot at the end. So I did not want to keep spending Curtis's money the way I was going to. But I definitely had Valentine.
Ron brings up that was a fantastic ride by Torres. He cut that corner.
Yeah, the 4 and 5 went out wide. The 4 and 5 went out wide. If you look at the pace deal on this thing, both of them had circles. I mean, just the 4 actually had a probability of closing, and she got pushed out by Joel, the Hall of Famer Rosario. Right, Magic.
See, you guys.
Curtis, you can thank your Curtis for that.
Well, and you guys Curtis were talking
come through the deal right now.
Yeah, you guys were talking earlier about like making sure you bet your horses that you have a high opinion on, and I feel like I'm in that situation right now where I have multis that have Valentine Candy, but I did not bet him to win, and I should have.
I did, but here's the deal. You're right. And guess what? Curtis wasn't this time, but guess what? He's going to freaking load up.
You're just rubbing the salt in the wound over here.
But I'm doing it because this happens. This isn't unnormal. Like, this is the way it works. And so Curtis, I'm doing it because Curtis is freaking pretty good at this deal. And so he knows that he still made a good bet.
Yeah, just went against it and didn't work out. And then, admittedly, though, letting bias play into it.
He likes the 4 so much. Why go that deep?
Yeah.
Right, Curtis?
Yeah, basically. Yeah, and everybody else I like pulled up. So,
the 7 pulls up. The 9 gets killed in the gate. I mean, like, it was a weird race. And that's what people have to understand is he made the right bet because he didn't go 5 deep when he liked the 1-to-1 favorite. Like, how stupid would that be?
Yeah, it's funny because it shows you how fickle horse racing is because I had Christian Torres on the 4 a couple races ago that would have been a nice win for me. Would have kept me alive in a bunch of stuff.
Exactly.
And, he gets schooled by Saez there at the wire after doing the dirty work, and then he comes back and beats me here in this race. So you can't – there's also another reason you can't really have jockey bias. That's another – don't leave a horse out.
Tell that to Pratt. If you leave Pratt off a ticket, or if I leave Pratt off a ticket, I guarantee you he beats me every time.
Unless it's Florent Giroux. If Florent Giroux beats you, you take it. But
the float. Anyways, both those guys, good. But I will talk to Curtis like that because, dude, we're so used to it. It's ridiculous.
Yep, and I'm still going to be firing in the next race. So
yeah, and guess what? If he would have gone 5 deep and the 6 horse came in, he'd be actually pissed. But he didn't. So it was easy to have that conversation, and that's why it's parimutuel betting. And one of the funniest comments ever made in Twitter, and this is great, or X, who gives a shit? It's on Twitter. And one of the best comments ever made was, how am I losing when you F-bombs are the ones I'm betting against? It's so perfect. But what I'm getting at, and I mean this, is Curtis took a stance. His horse was 1-to-1. He probably would have been better had the other horses not gotten out. He took a stance, he lost, and he moved on. Because that's what people have to be ready for that. Like, I remember when I first started, I lost so many races because I was just trying to win. And who gives a shit? Like, who would have won? Who wants that?
Speaking of moving on, the next race here, the Charlestown.
Yeah, we got Navy Bell. Let's go. Why do you have a click on her or him?
A what?
What is that? What is that silk on it for? Because he's gonna win?
I don't know. It just happens on Equibase sometimes. Just silks randomly show up.
Curtis, what's gonna happen now?
Well, now, so we'll talk about changing lanes, right? Because I was heavier in the Skippy long stocking, so now I'm changing my bets. So now I'm going in. So now I'm going in. I'm looking at it. So there's no money to be made betting daily doubles, right? I'm wide in this race, so exactly. I'm not gonna have Skippy long stocking in a daily double. So I'm either gonna be the 6 Coastal Mission or Lord Miles here, and it's ultimately gonna depend on what the pool looks like with about 3 minutes to go, 2 minutes to go.
Well, it's gonna be Lord Miles because my brother is fucking name is Miles.
Okay, so I'll give the Lord Miles story now. Then I'll throw that out.
Yes, let's go. Let's go.
So that horse, he was running in the back in the day. He was running in the Rimson, I believe, or no, it was the Wood Memorial Derby Prep qualifier. Coming into it, so he was. I'm trying to think. I'm looking at the.
Hey, listen. Don't say anything.
You good?
Yeah, I'm listening.
Okay, sorry. So it was 60-1. He comes in the day 60-1. I had been following the horse a little bit. He had a tough trip in the Holy Bull in the Tampa Bay Derby, and after the race, so he drew the 1 post in both of those races, which he drew tonight. So it kind of
I was about to say, and he's in the 1 post again.
Yeah, so that typically doesn't go well for him. But then Safi had talked about in interviews how he didn't like the 1 hole, but he'd been a really talented horse in the mornings, and that they thought he was probably the best 3-year-old they had in their barn, so they were going to keep taking chances with him. So we get in. I think Hit Show was Hit Show was the favorite. Dreamlike was in that race as well too, but it wasn't a great Wood. I guess that's kind of an evergreen statement for the last few years, but it wasn't a great version of the Wood Memorial. So I singled into a 60-1 horse in every ticket that I had because I thought he was going to be like 30-1. I loved the horse going into the day. Thought he had a huge shot. He ends up winning at 60-1. I was at
Lord Miles wins at 60-1.
60-1. He wins. He wins by a nose. Beats Hit Show, the favorite, by a nose. I'm at the horse track. I'm at Hoosier Park, like drinking at the bar. I'm the only dude that has it. All these old guys around me are pissed. Like, they are so angry that I just won this bet, and got a little excited to the point of where, like, they're like cussing at me. Like, one dude's like, "That's a miracle, man. That should never have happened. Like, tell me how stupid I am for betting this horse that just won." I just want to. The only time I thought I was about to get my ass kicked by a bunch of 65 and 70-year-old dudes
In Indiana?
Yeah.
You should have told him go Larry Bird.
Yeah, well, I didn't. I didn't really care, really, for them to get upset about it. I was like, dude, I was like, I bet the horse. So he won. He won straight up. It wasn't like a fluke thing where they let him roll. He had to pass horses to do it. So
yeah, I think Lord Miles is a fun deal. Is anytime you win 60-1, you'll remember it forever.
Yeah, and it was like, man, that I don't know that I've won a 60-1 since, but.
Did you not have Rich Strike?
It's felt like it with Dornock a couple times, eh? I know he was never close to that. But.
My effective odds on Dornock were higher than that.
You single-handedly made sure he's never over 6-1 again.
Yeah, he might never be like more than like 4-1 again if he wins tomorrow. But Ron's asking. It was at Hoosier Park in Anderson, Ron. That's where I got the local roundup. So
we got to make sure we don't Somo this thing. We got to talk to Nacarelli and Ron and Dan and Dingo or Dino.
Yeah, we got
Johnny.
Great participation in the chat tonight.
Johnny's a big participant with our group tickets on Discord. He was a part of that Dornock Belmont Stakes group ticket win. That was amazing.
It's like a little My Racehorse, Curtis. You built it up. Good job.
Yeah. That's a mini.
Yeah, Racing Dudes Stables.
These people actually get paid.
Racing, yeah. If your horse wins, you get money. That's always been my hold up with that operation. But
why buy a horse when you can bet it?
Yeah.
So guys, I have horrible news. We have still an hour left of watching Charlestown.
Hey, why in the world would you bring that up? Maella, I was just about to say, Maella is in the middle of a second nap right now. I don't want to be a small child that wakes him up.
No. Well, do you guys need to grab a drink or anything?
No. Oh, yeah, you can run it, but let's run back through the pick 5 tomorrow.
Yeah, so guys, we'll be right back. I'm gonna go refresh my drink.
Curtis?
Yeah, that's cool.
All right. I'm gonna refill my drink.
Hey guys, what's up? Welcome back to RacingDudes.com. This YouTube page is growing and it is very well liked, and we have a regular website as well, and it answers a lot more questions that maybe we see from you guys in the chats when we're doing our live streams. A lot of times we'll be talking about the big stakes races, and somebody will go, "Hey, do you like the 3 today at Gulfstream Park?" Well, here's a place you can find it, and you can find it for absolutely free. Go to RacingDudes.com and then click on that free picks button, and we have free win picks for every track running every single day. That's right, every track, every day. RacingDudes.com, click on the free picks, and you can find every single track running. So if you're watching a stream and you go, "I love the content, I wonder what they want at Gulfstream here in the second," guess what? Go to RacingDudes.com, click on that free picks menu, and you can find out. Don't forget, RacingDudes.com, a lot more content right there. That is the mothership of the Racing Dudes brand, and you can find it right there. Like I said, RacingDudes.com.
The mothership. Yeah, and also make sure you guys check out the betting Bibles, which Aaron and Jared are at Saratoga, so make sure you stop by and say hi if you see them at the paddock bar. But yeah, the betting Bible has been updated and will be updated again tomorrow after scratches are out. So definitely check those out.
You know
All
what?
right, everyone. Go
You know
ahead.
what happened the last time Aaron and Jared were at Saratoga and they ran a grade 1 stakes for 3-year-olds?
Oh, did the door knock win?
Little plug there.
Oh my god. All right, so okay, can we just get into this shit right away?
Yeah, I mean, we have.
We're not running tomorrow. Is there something?
Yeah.
Is there something I'm missing?
I saw he was in the entries.
Was he? Man, I bet you have 6 different emails to get different heads ups.
They got him on all the watch list.
You know what pisses me off is you probably made more on that deal than I have on my other big bets. Because I
definitely
wasn't
the big highlight.
not because you made money, but because I didn't. Like I should have.
Yeah, it's like I agree with you. I'm not against other people having money. I'm against me not having it. So totally understand where you're coming from there.
I'm definitely not against that. I will say, just to give a heads up, that Live Horses
Vinny.
One did have that one as the biggest differentiator. So here's the thing. Here is real quick. Do you guys see door knock number 7? But real quick, it's not about the will pays as who is the top pay. That's not what it is. What you are trying to see is what is the difference between what their morning line is and what their will pay becomes. And so if their morning line is 10-1, but they become the 3-1 favorite, that is a big deal. Or the third pick on that. I am only looking for the differentiation between the morning line and the will pay probable. That's the only gift we're given as horse players is probables and will pays. The computers tell us what they've bet. So if a guy was 10-1 and now he's the third will pay in the will pay, yeah, the first and second favorite may still be, the 2-1 and the 5-2 may still be the 1 and 2 on the will pays, but this 10-1 just became the third payout in the will pays. Which horse do you think is more alive? I would much rather bet the 10-1 at that point. I'm just the differentiation of morning line to will pay payout is the difference. It's not whether they're first, second, third, fourth, fifth. It is what is the derivative from their morning line to their new will pay payout, and that is where you can start to find some 5-1, 7-1 Valentine candy type payouts. That was the only reason why I played that one. I didn't love much else. Now Shoddy did. So Shoddy saw what the computer saw. But the reality was the differentiator between the 12-1 or 10-1 morning line down to what its payout was higher than what the differentiation of the morning line for the favorite to where it was. That's the learning piece. I know it's deeper than that, but the reality is you just got to do the math. Write down the numbers. Write down first payout, second payout, third payout, and then right next to it, and then write down what the payout in the daily double or the pick 3 was, and then right next to it, write what the morning line was. If you see that the 10-1 morning line is now flirting with the 2-1, 5-2, and the 9-2 morning line was, why would you not include that horse? Yeah, guess what? A lot of times we don't see why this horse won. Well, the computers the computers are kind of telling us they see something that we don't, and that's what pays a lot of the time. So just write down the will pays, write down what their morning line was next to them, write down what their payouts are, and just kind of see if there's an ad that you should include. It's just math. That's the one tool we're given as horse players is will pays and daily double probables. Syndicates know, Dino's, he's heard this before, so he's messing with me. But I'll go to my crown now. Go ahead. Tell us how Dornock is going to win this.
So if he's going to win this, it's going to be because he got the trip. I think, well, for one, it probably means that nobody else really showed up in the sense that I do think he's an incredibly talented horse, but like I said, Sierra Leone, we kind of touched on this a little earlier when we got up and running, but I think Torpedo Anna, for as great a horse as she is, and I've been a huge fan of her all year, I would have been very interested in her in the Travers. I think coming in, she's just going to have to be better than she ever has been. To win this, she also is going to have to break well. So I think there's a very real scenario where Fierceness doesn't show up, Sierra Leone gives himself too much to do, and Dornick either sets off of Batten Down, who I don't think is a very good horse, or ends up alone on the lead. So if those are the cases, that he's never ceded the lead when he's had it, right? So as he's led a field, he's never given that lead back. I just don't see him losing if he gets the trip. I think maybe, if you say he's strung together 5 or 6 races, a couple of them being pretty hard in a row now, that is probably that's the way that he would lose, right? Is if he's just not at 100% and he's taken a lot out of him the last couple of races. I don't know that that's the case. I think they would stop on the horse if they needed to. But
I mean, I can argue. I mean, you know this because you were on him for the Derby, but his start in the Derby just completely took him out of contention because he wanted to be on the lead, and they rate him in the Bluegrass when the horse doesn't want to rate. He wants to be in the lead and stay in the lead. And I think you're right. If no one challenges this horse tomorrow and he gets to the lead and he fights because he wants to win, I hesitate with Torpedo Anna because, she hasn't really had to do that. Will she back down or will she fight back down the stretch if she goes after Dornock around the turn? So, I mean, we already know Fierceness doesn't really fight very well, but
they're gonna challenge Dornock in this race. So explain the Belmont to me.
So I think really, he got to run his race. He got to be up front. He set off of Seize the Gray. When they got to the turn, Seize the Gray pretty much folded. Dornick took over, and he never really ceded the lead back. Now, you could say Mindframe broke out 10 lengths, and that cost him the race. Maybe it did, but I don't sit here, and if a team wins the Super Bowl because the other guy's quarterback threw an interception on the last drive, say, well, he cost them, they didn't win. Like, that's not – the horse breaks out, he never got to the lead.
I agree.
So, that's always the interesting thing when people sit there and say Mindframe was the best horse that day. Well, I think the best horse ran straight. And then we even saw it when you went to the Haskell. The Mindframe got the lead and he ceded it back to Dornick. So it's one of those. I don't think he's going to have a rougher trip than he did in the Haskell. I don't think he doesn't have to sit on the inside of a bunch of horses and do the dirty work. And he's won twice now with that terrible of a trip. So I really think he gets the classic kind of tactical speed. He gets like I said, he's either going to be alone on the lead or he gets to sit off of Batten Down. And I think that's where he wants to be. So smaller fields are typically better for Dornick, in my opinion.
So here's my concern is I don't think that Dornick had to do as much in the Belmont. I think at the end he did. He definitely had to do more at the end. But Seize the Gray, it's easy to say hindsight is 2020, was pretty easy. I feel like this race will be his hardest because he's going to have unmatched wisdom. He's going to have corporate power closer, going to have Fierceness up there, going to have Torpedo Anna, going to have Batten Down. I mean, everybody's going to be there.
See, my thing is, I don't think unmatched wisdom is very fast, and I think
okay, cool. That's what I'm asking.
Yeah, I think 3, 4. I think the 3, 4, 5, 6. I think there's 4 horses in here who have a real chance, and 4 horses in here who are way overmatched.
Corporate power probably won't be there. I'm with you there.
Yeah, I don't think Batten Down's, and I've won decent money on Batten Down. I just don't think he's a horse here that has a very good chance.
Yeah, behind it. Okay, but he'll still have to get around it.
Yeah, but I also think
he has run that fast before early. Corporate power hasn't ever. and Unmatched Wisdom in his last race did. But Batten Down did run fast enough to be up there. The last two times, no, not last time, but 2 times. The last 2 times before that.
So I would say so. Batten Down. Well, so the interesting thing is Batten Down wasn't on the lead in the Jim Vandy, and he ran against Fierceness and Sierra Leone. And so so basically when he was going against grade 3 in the maiden special weights, he was able to get an easy lead and he kind of rolled. That's why I bet him in the Ohio Derby. I don't know that he's fast enough to get the lead here. And then so that would kind of leave the other one that maybe Unmatched Wisdom would be, but his opening fractions haven't been incredibly fast when he's been on the lead. So
I don't think Unmatched Wisdom can be there either.
Yeah.
It's close.
So then maybe it's Dornick and Fierceness on the lead. And I think Fierceness will fold if he can't get past Dornick the moment that he wants to. So,
yeah, I do. I think the 5 will. I do think the 5 will get up there, and the 3 did. You're right. The 3 did show that it could.
Yeah. So
will Batten Down try to get to the front when he can't? You're right. He's not going to. Mott Alvarado are not going to send him.
I think he'll tuck in. So, I mean, it really becomes, like I said, if Fierceness doesn't get into it early, which, I mean, I imagine he'll probably try and sit off the lead. The interesting thing, so like Ron said, this Torpedo Anna, 1 mile and a quarter, I think it's a fair question. I mean, that might be.
She does for sure. Oh, look. Race. Somebody's on Ron's question.
Yeah. She
I do want to know about the computer syndicates. Come on, Ron. But let us finish this.
Yeah. So he's got 2 questions there. I mean, she's checked the box at 1 mile and an 1/8 3 times. So, but
yeah, Torpedo Anna will be there.
Out of an Uncle Mo mare, I think she runs well tomorrow. I think she's at least competitive.
I hope she does.
Yeah, I do too. I like I said, I like the horse. So
yeah, I want her to run well.
I think Sierra Leone probably hits the board. But one thing that's kind of scares me about closers, like Sierra Leone, that kind of come with that big sweeping run at the end, eventually they just don't. Like, there's going to be a time where the horse is just so far out of it and he doesn't make up enough ground. So you've got to be careful trading in. You know what I mean? Kind of banking on those horses, although he's been in the money every time in his life so far. Exaggerator is a good example of that.
Yeah, and Exaggerator won in mud, but that's about it. So they're gonna try something different with the Sierra Leone here, aren't they?
Are they gonna try? You think they'll have more forward?
Yeah, they have to.
I feel like they've tried something different with him every single race.
The horse is a beast,
now,
right? But
do you guys think
why run this horse at Saratoga? I mean, geez, you can't close at Saratoga.
What are your guys' thoughts on what people are calling the more inferior closer, Honor Marie, with Tegaff, who unfortunately lost the mount of Sierra Leone, which, I mean, has Pratt won?
Leone, you're not going to close with Honor Marie.
Well, what I'm saying is
like 0 for 11 right now.
Yeah.
Honor Marie has no chance.
I would be shocked if Honor Marie pulled it off, and that's a horse that I was on for a while. I just think
different track. Yes.
The horse didn't. I mean, the horse Florent drew off, and the horse didn't run terrible in the Belmont. So maybe that is one that you can go like 3rd or 4th if you think Fierceness doesn't show up and Torpedo Anna or Dornick finishes off the board or something. I guess it wouldn't be inconceivable the horse runs 3rd or 4th for Honor Marie. I just don't think it's a win contender.
Hey, in a fight, that's what we're looking at here. In a fight, do you want Fierceness or Dornick?
Dornick.
Dornick, easy.
It's going to be a fight.
Yeah, Dornick.
Hey, by the way, Catwoman's got some skills. I remember. I watched comics and all kinds of that stuff. And I got plenty more Crown Royal. Dornick all day, Noccarelli. And if you mess with Noccarelli, he's going to figure out where to put you.
Yeah, Nacarelli just sounds like a dude who knows a thing or two about a street.
Oh, but it's just a street. It's a street in Philly, bro. It's a street. Yeah. Don't come to Oklahoma and tell me about it, please.
So here's Ron's question. There, unfortunately, it says 3 minutes to post, but they are still circling in the paddock. No jockeys on.
Hey,
So
go ahead. What was the question?
it's up here on the screen. So he's talking about computer syndicates here.
Okay.
Do you think they all play the same? Are they balancing out their money to break even or get? I'm not really familiar with all the syndicate stuff.
Yeah, so
I'm sure it's a big part of the.
I mean, I scooped a pool because of these stupid idiots. So I wish it was bigger. So what I do think they are trying to do is I do think they're trying to play some of these bigger numbers in it just to mess with the people that are figuring out the math. So if you see a 40-1 getting, being the top one or two, I usually just kind of discount those. And so if I see a 30-1 now is the number one favorite, I'll bet it to win, but I won't start my pick five with it. And so I do think that they are trying to balance things out or mess with the perceived math just by throwing the numbers in there. But they're also doing it's Dutch betting. We all know. I mean, you look it up on YouTube. But so they are just trying to break even. They are just trying to get rebates, but they're still telling you something. And that's the only thing we have as horse bettors. We have the PPs and we have what we think we know. And then when somebody shows you something, believe it, right? And so if you see a 10-1, you see a 15-1 getting bet, and now they're the fourth in payouts, it's live. It's live for a reason. It may lose, but guess what? We lose 75% of the time anyways. That's why Curtis is trying to teach you how to build tickets that capitalize on the 25% of the time we win. So yeah, they're doing all that. They're messing with you. Venom disagrees. But the reality is I will throw, if the 40-1 shot's on top, I will throw it out. I'll bet it to win. I'll get my money. That's like my hedge. Those one race things are supposed to be a hedge. So if you have a pick five or a pick three or something, and you actually are worried about the payout, then you should always do the math. Like I just said, write down first, second, third, fourth, fifth, write down what their payout is, write down what their morning line is next to it, and just do the stupid math right to your head and see if one doesn't make sense. If that one doesn't make sense, if it's a 5 at Charlestown, right, Shotty, then make sure you bet it. That's all. Numbers matter.
You keep bringing up the pain.
The pain is the reason why we remember things.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, numbers matter. If my friend doesn't get injured,
from Nacarelli. That guy will tell you something you don't want to wake up from.
All right. Well, the field is on the track and they're going down the line here.
Oh, we're actually betting. We're actually racing.
Yeah. Let's see. Boop.
All right, so I still haven't said who the picks are. We already know. I'm in a fight between Dornock and Fierceness. I'm taking Dornock every time, every stinking time. Saez has only gotten better in the last 3 weeks. And so if I were you, I would not. I mean, you've been there for the wedding.
Twice. So, been there for both weddings.
The easiest thing to do is key Dornock in tries.
Not only was I at both weddings, I was the best man twice.
That's right.
Yeah, that's right.
You know the best part about being the best man?
The alcohol.
You get to bang all the bridesmaids.
The single ones, hopefully.
Yeah, like Shotty said.
Depends.
I've been the best man a couple of times.
I've been the best man a few times. See, the best part for me is I get the microphone for about 5 minutes and get to do a bit, So, Drunk Curtis thinks he's the most entertaining guy in the room.
How is he not?
Yeah, I agree with you there.
Let's play the will pay game at Remington. We got 1 minute. All right. These will pays are huge. Look at this shit. All right, let's play the will pay game. Do I have enough time to do that? Do I have enough time?
They're still galloping, so you're fine.
All right. I'm going to write it down. Okay. So the will pay is pick threes. We've got the 6. I'm
going with the 11. Remington race 7.
Yeah. We got the 6, 11. We've got the, what's next? The 9. 6, 11, 9, 4. Tell me if I'm missing one. And then 7. Is that right? Is that next? No, it's 7. Okay, so there's the next 5. What are the will pays on these guys?
The 11 is pick 3.
The 6 was 3-1. The 11 was 5-1.
Yeah.
The 9 was 9-2. The 4 was 8-1. And the 7 was 8-1. Okay, now I'm going to write the prices for these. I should have done that first. The 6 is 133. The 11 is 147. The 9 is 184. The 4 is 202. And the 7 is 281. So, okay, the 7 is out because you take the 4. And, so you're looking at the 11 or the 4. The 11 or the 4 should win at Remington, or they'll at least they should be included. The only people who tend to be playing.
Is this a?
I love it.
See, I agree with Dan here because I really like Roswell, and I think Roswell, you're going to get the price you want for this horse that kind of has seconditis a little bit.
Hey, better than things I've had. Seconditis ain't so bad, right, Curtis?
Yeah. Hey, nothing wrong with finishing second. So
I think seconditis goes away without having to shave and add cream for 2 weeks.
Yeah. Well.
Speak for yourself.
Does anybody remember what horse I liked here?
Yeah, I think you were on the 5
by a lot. So I have the 5 and the 9 in a pick 3.
Okay. I was trying to watch them warm up here on my other tab, watching see what they look like. They weren't showing the 5 though. They're only showing the favorites. So the 5.
The money says 5, 2, 4, 10, 9. 5, 2, 4, 10, 9.
You think Frankie Dettori will go hit up that Burger King they have in the last turn there after the nice visit to scenic Charlestown tonight?
You think Frankie goes to Burger King?
I would love to pick Frankie's brain about America.
Do you know how many? I know a ton of British people, and Burger King doesn't seem like what they would do.
Nah, anytime I've ever traveled internationally, it seems like it's KFC that has a huge presence.
That makes sense.
It really does, though.
Hey, this exact the 2 and the 4 on top of the 2, 4, 5. What did I say? 5, 9.
Wow, this is a stampede at Remington here. What in the world?
2, 4 over the 2, 4, 5, 9, 10 is my play. I do think the 2 or the 4 wins here because what I tell you earlier, I said
the 8 at 20-1 is gonna win here at Remington.
No way.
8-6.
8-6.
Glorio. Old Stuart Elliott.
Dang it! Did I not go far enough in that deal?
Dan, my donation to Oklahoma.
Hey, you're welcome, Dan. I hope it wasn't much, Dan. Let's be honest.
Looks like he played a 4-6 over 4-6-7-9. Yeah.
He didn't even listen to my 11-4 anyways. Oh, he did.
No.
He did listen to 4. The 4 will run like shit, Dan. I
Hey,
believe it.
you were right on the 6. It was just that long shot.
Well,
That wasn't on my radar at all.
How easy is it to be right about the favorite?
Oh my God, Charlestown! Why are we not in the gate yet?
I'm gonna look at the world pay on that 8.
It's gonna be 10:30 Central by the time the Classic starts. God.
The Classic was originally scheduled to run 7 minutes ago.
Well, at least I would say at least. Never mind. I was gonna say, you know how they normally have like really long drag times between big races.
Yeah.
But Charlestown just does that normal. Yeah.
Yeah, they're still sitting there circling in the turn. This is also another major.
The 8 at 12-1 was definitely, you beat the computers if you got that. That's good.
Yeah. So Rob apparently in the chat has been to Charlestown. Did we see that? He said he doesn't know if they have a BK, but they do have a cannabis dispensary. So, Frankie might be enjoying America right now. Might be living it up.
British people are way too. They're not gonna do that. They want to make fun. They're picky. What's the win bet here?
I
know you're
King Roswell.
I know you're bored with it, but I think the win bet is I can't say the 5, but probably the 2.
Jeez, your 5 is 26-1 right now.
You and I both know I like that 5, but I'd bet the 2, maybe the 4.
Ron, I feel this so hard. Like, I low-key just hope I get knocked out of my pick 3 right now. Like, it's like that I have to stay awake. I mean, we're going to be alive, but...
I'm betting the 2, Princess Madison.
No, I don't...
You said no?
I like Princess Madison.
Yeah, let's bet the 2. I'm betting the 2.
I am alive to 4, 9, 10, so take that with what you will.
I'm doubled into the 6 with a bunch of stuff.
Oh, are you doubled?
Yeah, I doubled. Like I did 2, 4, 5, 6, 9, 10 into the 6.
All right, let's go.
Oh wow. Okay.
So I ended up. That's just kind of a Hail Mary. Get me back. I like again. Like I said, I was trying to look for value. I left off Lord Miles. I might win bet him to some extent. We'll see what this looks like. Here we go. They're off.
They're off finally. Also, Rob, what is a Sheets?
It's a gas station in Pennsylvania.
Oh. All right. Looks like wow, I can't speak. Overnight Powwow and Mystic Lake are going to set this pace. We're already not seeing a lot of movement from the back here. I thought Hall and Ice was going to make a move here, but they're moving with Princess Madison right now. All right, they got to catch.
I think 5's too deep.
This 6 is kicking on pretty well.
Yeah, they're not really moving much. Gosh, you can't see Santa Claus from this distance, I swear. There's a horse that's moving pretty nicely on the outside there. Who is that? That's the 10?
The 10.
Oh, wow. 6 just running away here. Womp, womp. Ay. Mike Smith on a Safi Joseph. Didn't we talk about this earlier?
Yeah, that's why I had him on the ticket.
Yeah. Well, this is depressing. I had Valentine Candy and I should have played the 6. Oh, man. Rip.
Well, that was easy.
Like a Wawa. All right, Ron, congratulations. You get to be awake for 45 more minutes minimum. Good job, Ron.
Dude, 6 was
all right.
Didn't we say?
Yeah, 6 put them away easy.
I said I trusted Safi Joseph more than I distrusted Mike Smith.
That's funny. He's the only horse over. I guess 8 was running. Was the 8 in this race? No. Yeah. That's the only horse that's run against anything. Damn.
So I'm singled in the Coastal Mission now on a $20 daily double. So.
Oh, geez.
Oh, why didn't I go deeper there? That's what she said. All right.
Well, Roswell disappointed me. First time she's ever finished out of the money. Oh.
That's all right.
First time for everything.
No, because I had her keyed in a try.
Oh, I know. I had her in my pick 3.
All right. Well,
I liked your 6 too. I don't know why I just went 5. You know why? Because I literally just told everybody, "Hey, hit your opinions." I did, and I lost. But I did hit it as a win bet, so we're good. I covered it. The bet's fine. Lord Miles time.
Lord Miles. I'll tell you what. For as long as these races at Charlestown take to run, they go official so fast.
Yeah.
Right?
Which is good.
Yeah. Because if they didn't, it would be 45 minutes between races.
They're just playing the money. They're smart. They only have so many days like this, right?
Yeah.
I don't blame them.
A horse that I like to play, and I'm really biased because I like playing Oaklawn horses that run at Oaklawn. Frosted Departure is a horse that is annoying, like because he if he gets to if he strikes to the lead, he can be kind of stubborn for other horses to get by. You said your doubles into the 6 Coastal Mission.
I'm taking the horse that's 10 for 11.
Is that right?
Time at the track.
Dude, why did I not play that 6?
What are your guys' thoughts on that Japanese horse? Oh my God, they're 42-1.
Oh, the Diodora horse. I think I had that horse last time out in West Virginia. He probably should have ran better than what he did. Or Mountaineer, sorry. Yeah, Mountaineer. I don't know. It wouldn't shock me, I guess, if he won, but I didn't think it was incredibly likely.
I had a spread pick 3, and I forgot.
Ron, I'm sure they're nice. They're nice ladies.
I'll have 4 horses. Yeah, I should be too, Ron. Hey, so we figured out nothing on the Saratoga race other than we're taking Dornoch in a fight over Fierceness, and we're not taking a closer. So we're basically singled to Dornoch.
Yeah, that might very well end up being where I end up at. So,
you know what I mean?
I mean,
think we came up with that.
Just stay on the train until it derails. That's just.
Yeah, I don't know how big of a bet.
Curtis Express.
Yep. And well, my thing too, we'll see, because I may do I like Reynolds' Channel in the race before. And I think there's only 4 horses that can win the Travers. So I may do a little daily double Reynolds Channel into a bunch just because he's going to be my huge price.
Yeah.
So. Because that's my value.
Unmatched Wisdom has actually gone backwards in speed figures.
Yeah, I don't think he's very good.
Yeah.
I have no interest in him.
But that's interesting though, right?
Yeah, because he hasn't ran bad. It's just like you said, it's been declining. So we'll see.
I find that interesting.
So, this race that I have pulled up here, race 12, the Allen Jerkins. I feel like this is the race where you're going to get your value.
Yeah.
And I think we've already kind of discussed this race, but is this the race that you're going to toss? I know we were talking earlier, Bookham Dano scratched tonight to run here. He's probably going to go off his favorite, in my opinion. I know Baffert has a horse here, but I think it was you, Curtis, that brought up, was it, or maybe it was Christopher on the Discord, that Baffert's shipping in haven't worked very well here for Saratoga. So,
yeah, I've kind of waffled on this. At one point, I was probably not going to have Timberlake. Timberlake probably won't be on my ticket at all. Domestic product might not even end up there. So I'm going to be kind of selective on it. Prince of Monaco is kind of on the fence. Bookham Dano, I don't know. I probably wouldn't, as of right now, I probably wouldn't have the 11, wouldn't have the 7, wouldn't have the 6, and probably wouldn't have the 3. And then otherwise, I'll be kind of building around or trying to move some things. I probably won't have the 4 either. I'm going to fade the state bred. So we'll see what comes out scratches wise. I just think everybody else in there has a real big shot, and we'll see what their odds are. But I didn't have a strong opinion on who I liked. It was more kind of who I didn't like. And then, like I said, I think Reynolds Channel's pretty good for 30-1, which means he'll probably run like a really good third. So.
Yeah, I think this is a super salty race for Timberlake to come back into. I think I'm gonna probably go to Speakeasy though. On the inside there.
If he's anywhere near 8
This
to
would
1,
definitely.
that'll be my win bet.
Yeah, this is. I just wanted to bring this race up because this is the one I'm probably going deepest, like leg wise, in a multis. You guys liked Mulligan, Angkor, and
Casually extra.
well, I don't think I can leave Baby Yoda off because he likes Saratoga.
No, there's no way you can leave Baby Yoda off unless you just don't like money.
No.
I
mean, 8-1. Wouldn't you freaking love to get Baby Yoda 8-1?
Oh, definitely.
Yeah.
Will we get it? I don't know.
You're gonna get 6-1. You're gonna get 6-1. You're gonna get 5-1. You
think so? I feel like he's gonna get bet.
No, I think so. I think Mulligan's makes sense.
I think Gun Pilot's going to get bet a little bit. I think that you might get a pretty fair. His last race wasn't very good. So
Gun Pilot won a G1.
I'm saying,
right?
I'm saying,
Like you're going to get 5-1 at Baby Yoda.
Yeah, like I said, especially Baby Yoda's. If it was coming off of the True North, then Baby Yoda would be a shorter price, but he had that clunker last out. So I think you're going to get a pretty fair price on him.
Yeah, I agree. And there's no way I'm leaving Baby Yoda off my ticket.
He was 9-1 in the True North, and he was 3-1 in the Vanderbilt last time. So you're probably getting north of 3. You were going to get like 7 or 8-1, I think, at least.
Yeah.
Gun Pilot's interesting to me. I know he's won a G1, but I just feel like he's thrown in some races that had me scratching my head, and I'm just not sure with him in this spot. Having the rail's pretty nice though, I guess.
I still can't believe I didn't have the 6 on either of those pick 3 tickets. That is so.
Oh no.
All right, so
Ron is alive to 4 horses. Who are we rooting for, Ron? Put it in the chat.
Yeah, give us
give us something to root for. I also think Run Classic is pretty interesting.
Interesting. Okay, tell me.
If you think they're going to close, then yes. But if we don't like the idea of Sierra Leone closing, why would you like the idea of Run Classic closing?
Well, I think it'll be a little closer.
Okay.
And then I also think you're going to get usually these sprint races. You do get speed. I feel like the pace kind of shapes up a little better. So it really just kind of comes down. I also think he moves forward off of his last race that he had. The kind of, it was probably a prep race for this because you get him back from Dubai and then you go run him, which running him in Dubai is an interesting because you're talking about not being able to close on a track. Why would you take a closer to Dubai? I get it, there's huge purse money, but that's not going to usually set up in your favor. Had a rough trip that day. Comes back, ran okay last out at Gulfstream. I just think you get a step forward here. I feel like Javier Castellano has been a little hot this meet too. It's Saratoga, so I think he's got a chance. I just don't think it's a great field, honestly. Like I said, I think he kind of fits from a class standpoint, and I don't know. I think he might be a bigger price.
If you want to talk about jockeys that have been hot at Saratoga, you have to take a look at the number 3 with Dylan Davis aboard.
I'd say Dylan Davis. Dylan Davis on a long shot too.
I would take the 5 over the 3.
Okay. I'm just saying he's been bringing in some bombs.
Yeah, no, for sure. I know that's easy to say looking at a 20, and I love 20-1 shots. I'm with you. I would be 100% on Dylan Davis. I wish that was what I'm looking at. Run Classic can close over Dylan Davis.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, it's something that's actually affecting odds. Like, people are just betting horses because he's riding. It's kind of just like the IRAD effect, but a little bit smaller scale, of course.
You're exactly right. Gosh,
yeah, dang. He's been printing money.
I wish he was closer to. I was looking at it. I was like, dang it! It actually what I was frustrated about is I wish he was closer to the front. That's it.
Yeah. So we got some people in the chat here. So Ron is alive to Warrior Johnny, who we haven't really discussed much. Alive to Ben Doog, Skippy, and Frosted Departure. Hey Ron, I'd love to see that you got Frosted Departure on there. Venom is alive to the 2 and the 8.
Hey Shoddy, I just looked at it, and full screen has not been outside of 3 links since August of 2023. That 3 that you were talking about with Dylan Davis?
Yeah.
I thought he was going to be way farther than that.
No, I mean that's I'm just bringing up that that race is pretty like.
I love that.
Yeah.
Good. No, it made me look at it again. That's all I was saying. And he's passed horses at longer, so I like that.
Yeah, that 11 race. I mean, you can kind of say it about like multiple races on the card tomorrow, but some of these can just go anyway. There's so many chances. So 200 on the 4 here. Okay, I respect.
You'll get paid.
Did Ron say yes the 2?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the biggest derivative difference in will pays.
Ooh.
So I think the 2 is live. I would bet the 2 if I were. I mean, I'd be if I had my ticket still, which pisses me off at all. I would bet the 2.
Hey man, I'm in the same boat. I also did not have that 6 on the ticket.
I would bet the 2 and the 1. But this is why we did it. Look at the pick 3 will pays. They're 142 for 50 cents, 117 for 50 cents.
Curtis got the last lap, even though Valentine Candy knocked him out that one. Now he's alive and we're not.
Yeah. No, exactly. That's the thing. I mean, I bet Valentine Candy to win, so I don't really care. But I love. You're to the 6, right?
Yeah, I'm in the 6.
So you're alive to $2,000.
So it's a $20 pick two or a $20 daily double. So I don't know what it's paying. I think
$900.
Yeah, 904. So
yeah, let's do that.
That's not bad.
Oh,
Coastal Mission, baby.
Now
the home. Hey, Davey would be proud of you. Arnaldo, Boca Chica. You got a home man running against Joel Rosario and Warrior Johnny.
Yeah.
Ron.
Well, it's interesting. So the four guy St. Louis in the chat here is talking about the 4 being back on the dirt. He ran on the dirt last time at Mountaineer and didn't go. Got third. So
yeah, but I'll tell you what, I do have the 4's right run. His race speed rating is high. He took a shot with a 15-1 deal. Good for you.
Yeah, I guess probably the major thing is he had a couple races in Texas, so no one was allowed to watch those. So hard to say what he's looked like. I couldn't tell you, to be honest. Looked like he had some struggles. He won at Louisiana Downs on the dirt, for what that's worth, and won at
one of the best training tracks in the country. That's right.
Yeah, man. He
if
won.
They run in Texas. Did they even run?
He won a maiden claiming race for $25,000 where the claim was voided at Oaklawn. So I think he's taking a little bit of a class hike here tonight. But dude, again, that's what you're saying. The horse is 40-1. He said he put 200 on him to win. So I mean, he needs it for everything. So I'm not mad at you. I think the horse is logic. I had him in Mountaineer. I bet the horse in Mountaineer. So.
He grew up with Diodoro and Alberta. So in other words,
let us know, does he have a tip? He needs to post right now if he has a tip on this horse, because if he knows Diodoro and he's got a tip, that's a completely different.
If you
you'd be the hero of the.
If you're chilling in Banff right now, which is beautiful, I've been there; it's amazing. You need to let us know, because Diodoro is a lot like Broberg. They got the frogs, bro. He said yes.
Oh, he's saying yes. So he's saying he knows the horse is live. So now that changes things. So,
well, now I have to put money on it.
Yeah. So now we gotta change some things around here.
Hey, Ron's effing with me right now. Yo, so you saying I bet too much, Fedlo? I don't actually think I said that, but he's chilling in BC. He's sitting in Banff. That's what he's doing. Are you at the spa at the Banff Hotel right now, guy? And will you give us a tip? Not just a tip, please. Ron's asking if I'm saying you bet too much. There's absolutely no chance I would say that, but I want to know why he's saying that. Nah, I can't figure it out. Hey, the best part about, first of all, BC is beautiful. Like, if you don't go to BC, you haven't seen, like, yeah, the Colorado Rockies are rocky, but if you don't go to the Canadian Rockies, you haven't seen beauty, because Alberta, Banff, all of it is beautiful, man. I mean, go spend a summer, drive your way up through Yosemite, go through, what's that lake? Go through the whole area, man. It's beautiful. We
got some folks bringing up some good points in the chat here about Skippy coming back so quickly.
Yeah. What is it?
What's everyone's final top pick for this race?
Guy, what's that beautiful lake right there on the border? I know it's silly that I don't remember it right now. Hit me up. Let me know right now.
I ended up on the 6, so I'm going to go with the 6 here, horse for course. I actually think he's been running well, but improving. Take the chance here. Again, like you said, Skippy Longstocking, I think if you
Lake Louise. Thank you, Joe. I think
if Skippy shows up with anything, he's going to be tough, but You can argue that his last 2 races haven't really been that great. So,
Hey, is anybody betting Prairie Meadows? If anybody's betting Prairie Meadows, bet the 7. I've been to county jail once. They let me out.
I'm gonna go with Cross the Departure for my long shot here. I think I'm gonna fade Skippy. I know that's probably gonna be dumb in the end, and he's gonna win by open lengths, but
Math on Charlestown 2-1. See, Joe knows.
I did a try key box where I keyed this 4 just because Guy St. Louis gave out a tip, and if you give me a horse tip, I'll bet it to a fall. So he's saying he got tipped off because he's friends with Robertino Diodoro. So,
No, we're definitely betting. Not only that, but he's right about Lake Louise. Okay, so what you do is you just drive up through Lake Louise, Yosemite, and you go to Banff, and you come back home through South Dakota, and the I forget what the name of that. I've had a lot to drink today, but go to Lake Louise, go to Banff, go to the Canadian Rockies. It's the most beautiful place I've ever been into. It's amazing. Go in the summer, go in the winter if you like to ski, and bet the 7 at Prairie Meadows. And what was the other one we're betting, Curtis?
oh, the thing that we've been live for 4 hours.
What was the one that he just said? He said bet.
Oh, I'm on the 6.
County jail? County jail?
No.
Yep.
No. He's on the 6. Coastal Mission.
Coastal
No,
Mission.
the guy who's from Joe told us who to bet because he's with Diodoro.
Oh, he said to bet the 4. Here, the Japanese horse.
36-1.
Yeah. So if someone tips me on a Diodoro horse that's huge odds, I'm playing it.
Yep.
So.
That Diodoro horse is, I don't know if you guys are watching the paddock feed. A little unsettled, it looks like, but
So he's ready to go.
maybe, yeah.
Joe Jones gave us the math on Charlestown. We put that up there, Shotty. There you go. That's it. Math don't lie. Neither do Canadians in Banff, Alberta, British Columbia. I'm watching Remington because I love that place.
Yeah, I wish we could show the races, but unfortunately, Racing Dudes only have an agreement with Hawthorne.
I would guess we could show races at Remington.
No.
Have we talked about race 10 yet at Saratoga tomorrow?
Well, we can. They're still in the paddock here for Charlestown Class 2.
Are you on Vava?
And
I think you did talk about this.
race 10.
Yeah.
We didn't dive into this one too much. Dude, this is another tough one. Vava is interesting. I'm probably going to try and fade her, though. You know who I've bet the horse the last couple times hasn't gone well, but Chi-Town Lady.
Chi-Town Lady, let's go. I knew it. I knew when you were saying that. I think we both bet it last time.
Yeah, I had that horse. I had that horse on Derby Day too. In the disc down, like kind of Derby City.
And he almost got there. He almost got there.
Yeah, good fourth. So, man, Ron's got a pretty good question there. Who is your most beatable favorite tomorrow? I think price wise, I would almost have to go with Vava. So, and I'll say this. So Vava again is a horse that has not really ran. So goes to Saratoga. It's ran at Saratoga twice and has a second and then off the board. So hasn't been great the 2 times the horses ran at Saratoga. So maybe a little horse for course. Also coming off, it's not. It puts it as a layoff in the book. I don't think it's a true layoff. I guess also the horse that Bava beat last time out was the Positano Sunset. I don't know that. I mean, that horse is 15-1 morning line. So what do you make of that? You know what I mean? You're giving me a horse that's even money off beating a 15-1 last time. I'll take a look elsewhere there. I just don't know. That could be a race where it gets blown up too. I mean, I think very good chance you could get some pretty crazy payouts going into the Travers.
Man, it is Price City here at Remington.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. I would have done pretty well tonight, I think. So I've got a couple prices I think we could beat. I think the fact that this first time starter in race is a race 6. No, it's not race 6. Race 7. I mean, everybody's going to be on these first time starters in race 7, and I like the 8 and the 5 quite a bit. So the 8 CK Wonder has a speed figure with me, and the 5 has a pretty good speed figure. That, I mean, is a first time starter really? We've seen it at Saratoga where the second time starters with experience usually win. And you've got some very hyped up horses in Mizzou, in Discotheque, and mostly Tip Top Thomas, that are going to be just smoked tomorrow. And I would
like Freaky.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like any of them, right? And you're going to give me a good fast horse in the 5 and the 8 at any price that's not the favorite. I'm going to take it. I
did hear Rookie Card is pretty talented. The 2 for Danny Gargan. But.
Absolutely. That's what I'm saying but the 8 didn't run like shit last time.
No. So here's what I do. So I think Saratoga is a good meet to do it because, like you said, it's kind of a boutique meet. So sometimes they only get a race once. But if you can find it, watching broadcasts and stuff of the race. But usually you'll hear it, so you can get some tips on some horses. Some of these 2-year-olds at Saratoga. Some of these high horses, like you said, they don't necessarily fire first time out. But you put that horse on your watch list, and then you wait till it runs next time. And sometimes you get a better price if it was bet real low and didn't run well.
But they ran well.
Huh?
But they ran well.
Oh yeah, I'm saying Rookie Card hasn't ran. I'm saying some of these first time starters that are in the race that if they don't run well, then you might get a bigger price on them. At Churchill Downs or wherever they're running next, as they get shipped back out. So I usually just kind of follow the Saratoga hype horses. Is what I'm saying.
Yep.
Wow, this horse at Prairie Meadows, Sassy B. King.
What ended up happening? Did the 7 do okay?
The 7 is gonna get second.
Nah, well, better than nothing.
Came in 1-7. Guy here brings up that Scylla and Batten Down, they're siblings out of Closed Hatches, which is pretty talented race mare. Interesting to see if. Sure, that would be a pretty big upset if both of her kids wins tomorrow. See, I wish that was something that we could bet, right?
Yeah, right. Like you have the ability to combine that. Jace's Road makes his first start back from the Derby tomorrow. From the Derby.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he's on the undercard at Saratoga.
I didn't hate Jace's Road. We tried to get him in the fantasy league at one point.
Yeah, I always thought he was okay.
Yeah.
Donegal is in an undercard race too on the turf.
I think they have finally called riders up for the Charlestown Classic.
All right. Have you created a pick for tomorrow at Saratoga yet?
Not yet. Well, I'll put that out tomorrow morning.
All right, I think I'm going to run it right now.
So make sure you guys join the Racing Dudes Discord, and we always are posting plays and putting our heads together to build tickets and talk about horses. You can definitely hop in on some group tickets as well. We have a whole channel for that if that interests you.
And you can just come
Right,
in and
so
say wild stuff or throw stuff out there, say horses have no chances of losing. It's a magical place.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then we're getting up to football season, so you'll probably get me pretty drunk on Saturdays saying outlandish things about Ole Miss football or ripping the Colts on Sundays. So come check out if you're a sports fan at all.
Are you gonna go? Are you gonna go to the Ole Miss OU game?
So I'm going to Ole Miss, Georgia.
Okay.
I've got season tickets at Ole Miss though. If you're trying to go, I haven't sold the Oklahoma ones yet.
I'm definitely gonna go. Race 10. Okay, so I think I just built it. I think I just built this pick 4. The question is, do I have to use Mulligan in race 11? And I think I do. How much is this going to cost?
So Warrior Johnny down to 5-1 here. So one thing I want to point out real quick because I always think it's cool. So Perholi, the 3-horse here, that's like 60-1, is sired by Battle of Midway, which is pretty cool because Battle of Midway I think had like 7 offspring or something incredibly small, and then it came out that he had some issues in that department. So,
like in the having kids department.
Yeah, because they were going to bring him back to the racetrack, or maybe he did come back and race, and then unfortunately had an injury. So.
I feel like I've bet Peroli before.
Probably.
Doesn't look like it ended well for me. Oh, well, he did all right in 2023.
He was a horse I think I burned some money on when he was out racing on the West Coast.
Yeah.
Hey, let's build a try.
Try right here?
Yeah.
You got to have the 4 in there because we got tipped on that, and he's 33-1.
4, 2, 1 straight. No, I'm just kidding.
So when I get a tip like that, Curtis, tell me if you do this. I want to key him in first, second, and third.
Yeah, that's what I did. Keyed him.
That's all I want to do. I mean, and I'm either right or I'm wrong.
Yeah, I keyed him and threw in everybody else that was logical. So
yeah. I mean, if you're gonna spend a $10 win play show bet, it's so much better just to key him in a try.
Yeah.
Like first, second, and third. Just spend the $10 that you would have spent there on first, second, and third. Right?
Yeah. Yeah, no, I agree.
Yeah. Instead of a $10 win play show. Like, who gives a shit about your $5 that you made? Like, let's key him in a try and either win $150 or not.
Right. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You play to win, right? Play to win big. So Skippy, they're showing Skippy on the track right now.
All right. We didn't ever get a clear deal from our Canadian friend, who Canadians are a lot of fun. I've spent some time in Vegas with Canadians. But we never got it clear, like, this is a tip.
Yeah, he was
He just said, I've hung out with my buddy. I think he just likes his friend.
Yeah.
Well, he said he had 200 on him.
Yeah, he did say he had 200 on him.
Well, he made him bet the whole night.
He's still Guy is still active in the chat, so he needs to clarify this right now before this runs while we have
Guy,
to cancel the ticket.
Did you get a tip, or are you betting your buddy? Just give us a heads up.
Well, it's not just him. So here Dan is mentioning the 4 is definitely under the radar.
Yeah, that's
to go to the bank, get 20 from the win.
Yeah. The bank ain't open in Canada. They're French. They don't work that late. All right. Warrior Johnny is my key, I think.
Dan, I guarantee you, as soon as this race is over, we're not staying for the rest of the card because golly.
Don't forget Tacitus made. See, Guy can't even fucking say it. He can't even say it. He can't even say he tipped me.
Yeah.
I would temper your bet.
Okay. We'll see what happens.
He seems like a nice guy.
Did not expect to get a Tacitus mention in the chat tonight. So here we go. And Tacitus made $4.7 million.
And dragging out the post, he says.
We need to
we
make a Dudes After Dark drinking game. And like Tacitus mentioned would definitely be finish your drink. Because
First of all, if you guys didn't place bet Lord Miles, because that should have happened already.
I have a win show bet because I like show betting.
Faux show. We had to bet the
Faux
6 because
show.
my man's on it. So here we go. Where's my guys? He did the math. Joe had the math. Pull Joe's math back up. Here it is. 2196. Okay. So 2-6 over 1296.
Oh, he's playing a hunch. Said he's playing a hunch. Okay.
Yeah, exactly. 6, 7, 5. Oh, I forgot about Bunge. And then nobody knows what Paroli is, but we're in on it. Okay, 2-6, 1-2-1-2-9-6. 3, 5.
Loaded in the gate.
2, 3, 5, 7, 6. I forgot the 9. Hopefully the 9 doesn't get third.
Or loading in the gate. I guess they're doing 2x2. All right, let's see if fading Skippy was a good move or a bad move here.
Lord Miles, 21-1. Let's go. All right, I'm going to mute it while I watch it.
Okay, I'll attempt to call the race.
I'm going to know on this 6 horse pretty early, I think. So if I log off before the stream.
No, you're fine. You're going to be fine. Your 6 is going to win.
I've got the 4-2 on what I thought was a tip, what was actually a hunch. So I guess
I have we are rooting for the 2 to come in and because I think that's the horse that
he said money well
in the
spent.
chat share. Oh,
he said money well spent. Damn it! Why didn't I bet the 4?
The 99-1 broke very poorly.
Go figure.
Go figure. So Skippy is going to take the lead early.
Yeah, this is Skippy all the way. So,
as I kind of expected, Frosted Departure is kind of forward facing. I'm liking that spot for him a lot. So let's see if they can set reasonable fractions going around the finish line the first time here. So the quarter was 24 and 15. I'm not seeing anything that's really surprising me. Your 6 is a pretty decent spot mid-pack. The 4 horse has now gone to 20-1. So this horse, if you keyed in your try, let's see if you can stay out there. I believe we had somebody in the chat.
They're not going to get to.
No, yeah, Skippy's going to run away from him, I think.
Yeah.
I don't know. We'll see what Frosted Departure does. I mentioned that Frosted Departure likes to attack and go after. So we'll see if he's still got it. Hey, that 4 is overtaking Frosted Departure here.
The 6 has a little bit of run too, but I don't know that he's going to have any room.
Right. If this 4 can cut the rail here on Skippy, this might be interesting down the lane. Unless Skippy just
they're not getting to
kicks on. Yeah, Skippy's just going to run away from him.
Yeah. And the 4 is going to fade out of, as I said, they're not getting there. That horse was rolling, and then.
Oh, I think the 4 got up for third, though.
Yeah. What was it go? I don't think, who was second, the 8?
Looked like the 8, yeah.
Okay, well, I didn't have the 8 in anything, so that's a wash.
Oh, look at that gallop out from the 4, though. Holy crap.
That was impressive.
All right.
Sometimes
I think it came in.
Sometimes beating the favorites sounds good.
Yeah, no, that's again though. That's one of those where I had to pick 3 into the 7. So if that could have worked out, I don't know if we would have hit that first leg into it and had the 1, Would have been in a not terrible situation there, but
they're all going up right next to Skippy, and they're like, "Oh wow, you're good."
Yeah. It
There
showed
was
up.
there was no follow through there by any horse.
That try might not be horrible. I mean, it's even money into 17-1 into 20-1.
Yeah, I didn't. Like I said, I didn't have the 8 though. So
Yeah, that was too far back for my numbers. The 4 though, man.
Hey,
Did
didn't
you
run
key
bad at
that?
all.
You didn't have the 8. Is that what you said?
Didn't have the 8. Yeah.
Need the 6 to show up.
50 Cent try paid $100, so I'm not too worried about it. But yeah,
Boys, it's been a long 4 hours.
it was a miracle.
That was a marathon there. Yeah, we'll try to pick this up next week. We'll see what type of racing we're looking at. I know Davey and Pedlo really want to play Remington and maybe even be live at the track. That would be pretty neat if you guys could go live at the track.
Yeah.
Next week I got the first OU home game.
Oh, that's right.
So unfortunately,
all right, guys,
that is gonna take precedence. Curtis,
make sure you check out.
Hey, go to the Discord, and we're gonna hit something tomorrow.
Yeah, we'll be back. So it's cold night. Night. We're coming back warm tomorrow. Just got to sleep this one off.
Yeah, make sure you guys check out racingdudes.com and check out the betting Bible, which is out right now. You can download it. It will be updated tomorrow after scratches. All right, guys, have a good night. Thanks for hanging out in the chat.
Thanks, Knocker.